All right, I guess it's time for me to start. Oof, there's a lot of red shift on this today. Yeah. So I'm gonna be playing locally because I can't get hold of anyone who can take a look at the server. There seems to got a new mod that broke the server, or me, or I just didn't load the right mod, or something like that. Anyway, I can't get on the server, but luckily I take snapshots, so I have my save that I can play locally. So that's what we're gonna be doing tonight with our Factorio base. And so the plan is first we're gonna kill all the biters because I don't bother with those crap biters when we're doing expansion. Just don't really. Uh, yeah, I think that if we want to go out and build something interesting, then I really don't need to have biters just annoying me there. So I think that makes. I hope that makes sense for you as well. Um, Otherwise, we'll just spend too much time just clearing biters to get some space and setting up laser turrets everywhere, and that kind of thing, instead of sort of which will distract us from what we want to work on. So I was thinking we should start, now that we have modules taken care of, we should start on our build for the Megabase. And I was just thinking, where do we start from there? Because no matter what we start, there's going to be a hell of a lot of work before we actually can see any result from this. So I mean, like, okay, we can start with red circuits, red signs, because, well, that's something. It's the easiest, and then we can work our way up. But just taking my sleeve on here. Um, and then I was like, you know what? We're gonna have to. If I build the red science, then I'm gonna have to find out how to do smelting anyway. So I think we should do smelting. And my idea is, uh, what, Mike? What? My idea is that I want to build a smelting array that has like alternating ore in, plates out, ore in, plates out, ore in, plates out, so on and so forth, so that basically a plate train comes in to a station if it is ready, whatever ready means, and it's stuck in a stacker, and then it goes in when it's ready, and there it'll just load, and the same. Hmm, and the same with the other trains. How are we going to manage having both? We're going to have an awful lot of trains at the same space because we're both going to get the ore trains and the plate trains in sharing the same rail network. Yeah, so that's actually a bit of an issue there because I'd actually like them to be not sharing it, but I can't really do that. If I not that way at least. Yeah. So let's that's my plan, and we probably have to do something smaller just to do a test case of it, just to see how it would operate, and then kind of scale up from there if we just sort of root out all of the issues first. So instead of building it like 16 wagon trains, that's kind of what I want for my loads. So yeah, if you have a four rail system, you can have inner tracks or an outer track plates. Yeah, but that doesn't help because it doesn't give us more capacity because they're still going to be waiting for each other to cross. As long as I actually want no crossings, and that's actually going to be the main issue here. So I'm thinking that, yeah. Well, actually, maybe it's not actually as big of an issue. We are going to take a look at. So basically, I need to build 16,667 signs per minute, and I think I want to do it in two chunks. So I build half the base, and then afterwards we hopefully learn some things, and maybe we can do the other half. So that's the plan, and that means I want to do dedicated smelters for each science. So that means I should figure out how fast a smelter is, and then how many I need for, let's say, how many. Yeah, yeah, because okay, here's another principle. I don't want any rail crossings at all. None, except my PAX train. PAX train can go anywhere, but I don't want any other trains to cross each other. I'll probably have to make exceptions once in a while, but generally speaking, I don't want that. So that means when we build red science, I want to design the whole red science for 8,000 and build it, and then find the iron and the copper I need to feed in, and that's it. And then we'll build the green science, and the green science will be doing exactly the same just from another space. Like basically you just take since the map is infinite in all directions, then if you take it like a slice out and say, all right, that means if the map is infinite, there must be infinite amount of iron and copper within this slice, as long as you can go infinite out. And if that's the case, then you can pull it in to a smelter and then pull it all the way in. That means a bus for trains. No, it does not. It's quite the contrary. It's gonna be a radial system like my octagon, except with 6 instead of 8. I think that's right. Didn't like Brave New World? Nope. It's definitely not going to be a bus. A bus would be absolutely horrible because a bus implies a lot of crossing, and I said no crossing. There will be no crossing at all. That means if that side is where I built, like, this is the science lab, right? So this part here is my red science. So I need to find iron and copper, smelt it, bring it in to red science, bring it in here. On the other side here, I'll have green science, again, bring it in, and then get in. And then up there I'll have blue, and I'll have yellow, and I have purple, and I'll have, that's kind of how I want it. Good evening, TMT. Dedicated units where only some pins are globally connected. I don't want. Yeah, I mean there might be some things that are used in so low quantity that I'll go like, okay, whatever. But let's see about it, right? So that's the plan. Let's go into the game. Let me just see. Still no replies from Timbo or Vichu or Jeff, who are the ones who can actually access the server. Maybe they've just left me and found better content creators.
Illustrious champion returns.
Illustrious.
Welcome
Hey,
home.
good evening, Mage Man. Good to see you. Thank you for the tier 2 for 19 months. Awesome. Could you build concentric circles of the train system? I could, but I don't think I want to. Oh, let's unpause. There we go. So I have added the hype trains from the last time. Singular curve up here. That was just basically the only condition was not next to the other ones. And Seacrest, I don't know. They were set near the old base, but I couldn't find any, so I found a base, and that was it. I don't know which old base that was. And you can see here, Castor has come in here, starting to cut in between Timbo's trying to connect. So who will connect? It's a game of Go here. And where's the last one? Oh yeah, Barthak out here, connecting there with that one. Somehow there's no signal on this one, but that's Barthak under here. Is there a way to see how long I followed you? No. Don't know. Yeah, there is. You can click your name. It says follow since June 30, 2020. So half a year. 10 and a bit. 9 months maybe, rounding up. All right, so you've been subscribed longer than you've been subscribing for more months than you've been following. Right. Why are these not updated? Okay, so we are in our base, and we do have some modules to take care of. I think we have a bit here and there. They're gonna go out, take care of those modules. There, patching those up. Hello, please don't apologize for being late. There's no obligation for you to be here at any particular time. You can show up and leave as much as you like, or as often as you like, or as late or as early as you like. That's an awful lot of these. There. Was there a point to this? Yeah, kind of. Oh, right. The first thing we did was actually unfollowed accidentally. And I built these. That was intention is that I want as much as possible. I wanted I don't know how much I wanted. And oh no. Oh well. I want 1,000 of these. That's a lot. It's actually 2 rows. That's a bit more than I can cope with right now. Yeah. And it did not stick. There. How much we get? 400, 500. Yeah, let's go with that. So the point of this is that I want to go down and speed up the copper minefield down here. All the way down there. Should I run? Nah, yeah, let's run. So you can also get a sense of what's going on down here if you did missed last time. Train is full, that's good. Run, run, run. There's nothing en route here. What does squeak through mod do? It allows you to squeak through, so you can go between things you can't normally go through, like here. They can't run there normally, and particularly also through pipes, like this. You can't do that normally. And it also allows biters to fit through smaller spaces in the forests. I just, life's simply too short to play without that mod. Simply too short. This is just not really great, and that's why we want to go down here and throw some modules at everything. We're gonna start with the middle ones. Maybe not these two. Oh no, we're gonna get yeah. We do our best. How much? And one left. Awesome. Anything else that's run out? That one's run out. That's run out. Don't want to take the ones that have run out and actually fit those in. It's actually already a few. Yeah. So I should get another 500 of these. Good. Build the first megabase off the top of your base. Cool. Hey, Messamasuch, good to see you. Thank you for the 19. Oh, hi. Oh, hi to you. Hey, Mono Idol and Defunctor. I'm getting better at your name. So, we do have some issues with regards to lane balancing here. Maybe that's home. Really shouldn't be an issue, but it is. Don't know. Whoa. Oh yeah, this one's good, this one's not good. Hey Barthak, thank you for the 200. Appreciate it. Oh, oh, what? Oh, right, I set these to be plus 50. That I shouldn't do anymore. I should just go like 5. Why 5? Yeah, because, no, doesn't matter. Shouldn't this just be... here? Ooh. There we go. So, they're gonna go up here, that's the intention. They will go all the way up. This entire build, for anyone who missed the last couple of episodes, this entire build is just responsible for trying to make 55. Hey, Tiny 0892, thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the community. We're sort of balancing there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, whoops. 3, 4. Hey, Peter Jar, thank you for the 200. And then it goes in here and gets just bumped into our normal facility. Thank you. Well, well, well. Let's see if this, usually these, when sort of scrounging together to start a hype, then it's, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Luke, thank you for the 500. Okay, is this done now? Almost done. Okay, so this one says 1 entity meeting material for construction. Humble Pole, thank you. I was wondering what OW16N8 was. What? Notice on your... It's I can't remember what it is, but it's some code you put in. I think it's for Streamlabs, so it knows that it's connected.
Our illustrious
Zero
champion returns.
D83. Thank you.
Welcome home.
Whoops. Oops. Hello, TMT. Thank you so much. Let's just wait for.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Thank you so much, TMT. Wow. You are absolutely destroying it. Yeah, you were bid leader 2 before, and you're certainly bid leader number 1. Whew. There's no level 1 here. Sniped. Yeah, well, no. We're sure that someone can get it. We are now have a level 2 hype train. Awesome. Thank you so much, TMT. And I can't see the score here. Yep. So Masamasut is 1 sub. He is the sub leader, and TMT with 10k bits. Well, for 1 sub, you can for 2 subs you can get a hype train. Sub is a lot easier to snipe. Yeah. How to ground that color? You can do a color command, and then you will get the answer to all your questions. At least that question. So this one needs to be updated, and I think we'll just do... Hey, Michael! Thank you for joining and helping speed this along. Let's see what we can do. This... Oops. There. That should help a bit. Only number 1 is good enough. I love that attitude. And... second place is first loser. That's how it goes, right? Let's bump this one up. That's gonna be blue now. Good evening, Sylvia Enchantress. This is all good. Probably should have... So right for these builds we are... Straight to that one. Ooh, did we just replace everything? That's probably not necessary, but whatever. Oh, that was autosave. Yeah, I'm not used to having autosave for this one. Yeah, these go out. At least some of them. And we are going to get some more productivity modules whenever we get them. Right now we're using way too many productivity modules, but that's because this is how it works. But when we do Megabase builds, we'll use a lot more speed modules than productivity modules. So right now it's going to be heavily focused on the productivity modules, but it's going to shift as we progress. Right, that one did not even get hooked up, so that's kind of not great. What about up here? What about that one? Oh, it's actually working now. Great. Working-ish. Get that one. That's also important. More speedies, and we're dead because of reds. Okay, reds are dead because of plastic, and that's the one we're looking at. So it's all good. It's all good. How do I know when to use productivity or speed module? You use productivity when you can, and you use speed when you can't. Anything, generally speaking, anything you can use productivity module on, you want to use a productivity module if it's something you expect to build in larger quantities. And yeah. So I'm kind of thinking, how much is this consuming? All right, this 1 minute and 27 seconds. You gotta be someone who's willing to snipe for a single sub there. Yeah, if you use productivity, use speed modules as well. Yes, or you can do like this combination. This is kind of the starter combination. Well, you can DDX84. It might take a bit of time. Hey, Bartek, I was expecting that someone like you might just go like, you know what? I'll take this one. I'll take it. 5 gift subs. Thank you so much for that. And Michael. Ooh, thank you, Michael, for the 5 gift subs. Didn't you also sub yourself? No?
Welcome back. Your
TMT with 10 gift subs. You're crazy, TMT. You're crazy. All right. Well, that's a level 3. Now it's worth battling over. Wow.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. You must have stolen a new credit card or something. I don't. No questions asked. As long as it works, then fine. That is none of my business who you stole that from. I love the Darkest Dungeon voice. Absolutely, so do I. These are all
Our
blue. These are
illustrious
blue.
champion
This one is the one. Next one that needs
Welcome
upgrading.
home.
Now that we have plastic almost working. Yeah, it actually is working. Look at that. We have 2 full blue lanes. Is it really?
A new subscriber.
That's also another
Come,
problem. Like
steel yourself. We are
blue lanes,
building
really?
an army.
Oh, come on.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills
Guess
you with
I'm not the only one that sold some money out of GME and we. Oh yeah, well that if that's the case, then that would be nice. That's a nice job. Hey Cerulean, thank you for the 500.
It fills you with determination.
Did you though, Messamasuits? Happy for you.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
I'm
appreciated.
firmly in the regret category. I'm sure there's a name for it. All the people who have been saying, "Oh, I should," and now I go like, "Well, now I really should have." But then again, I would also have been one of those who, if I had bought bitcoins like I don't know, 5 years ago, I would also have sold them when they hit $1,000 and been like, "Oh, it's crazy."
Welcome
Hey,
home.
EP Geek, thank you. 1,000 bits. Looks like a John just in time. You absolutely. Just in time.
A new subscriber arrives.
Subscriber.
It fills you with determination.
So there. So this looks like it's working. So the next one we need to scale. Well, it's not quite working. So this is the next one we want to scale up.
You have returned.
That means I need to scale up from these to that, which is silly. So this is like a stupid amount of productivity modules. We need more. But I think up here, a 50 euro in Dogecoin.
Returned.
Yeah, I can't. I'm just not in on that one. I just have to be like, yeah. I'm just gonna have to say it's. I missed it. That boat, that ship has sailed. Nothing to me to do there. It is really weird that we don't have a Timbo or a Vichu or a Jeff at all awake here.
You have returned.
So this one definitely needs to be updated. Do we have an updated version of this? That's just slightly less worse. I think I should have.
Welcome back.
That one.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Oh, so that's it? That's it? That's how you want to get it better? Okay. So just...
A new subscriber arrives.
Yeah, it's not great, but it is actually
fills
better.
You with determination.
This is the one that's holding us up, and then we can make these last just a bit longer.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Don't like that this one. I think it might have been like the last thing I designed for a masterclass in that masterclass session, because it doesn't seem viable. Doesn't seem like up to my normal standard.
It fills you with determination.
Yay. There's just always so many things to fix in a base like this.
It fills you with determination.
Alright, we're down to 50 minutes, and now it's, well, TMT, you're looking to get a big real estate space here on the map. That's absolutely insane. 2 3x3 matrices with your name on it, unless, of course, both Michael and Bartek are somewhat following along.
A gleaming endowment.
Not enough Mark 3s yet. Oh, no, definitely not. Shit. But we can schedule it here. Some of them are... Then we can at least see how many we're missing. 26. Also something down there. What's the thing down there? Oh, yeah. That's also still working. That is one. Oh, and it works. Set this one out. Shouldn't get to 160 subs again this month. No, absolutely not. That's that was pretty crazy. But you're making quite an impact. Thank you so much, everyone who joined, and particularly, of course, TMT 1000. Where do you want your squares? 2 squares of 3x3. You can really put them in the way of... Let's see where you are on the map already. Whoop. You are over here, under the nuclear, and under the nuclear. You want a continuation, or you want somewhere completely different? Make my block bigger. I like that. I also prefer, if I get the choice, I'm always going to put them next to the ones that are already there. There we go. Oh, it's orange. It's not brown, it's orange. Oops. Get the name right. That is next to it. Whoop. No. Chunk overlaps. Get up there. Ah. And 1, 2, 3. That's your coast. Your nuclear coast is yours. Thank you so much. Well, that certainly consolidates your position as the #1 on the leaderboard. Alright, so let's see. What are the things we want? This is getting better, but it's still... Red circuits are struggling. Red circuits are struggling because they are what they are. Could I... If I do this, it's just going to be upgrade a monstrous amount of... So... Do I want it faster? You know what? I could do... Change this one to that one. And not take this one right now. And... Let's see. What does that do? Yeah, it looks good. I'm going to do that for all of them. And then I can throw in some modules here and there. And that should still make it faster. Because then I'll just put Mach 3 modules there. Keep going here. There. I think that's an upgrade. It's not the full upgrade. How am I today? I'm good. Thank you. I think... I mean, I would have loved to play on the server, but that's not really happening right now. Where are we at? We are at almost 600. That's good. We're also stealing things from this one, so that's even better. And I think I need to go over here and stop this from actually making so much. Like this stockpile here was set to... You know what? That's actually fine. We'll keep doing that. That's probably fine. Nice mod you found there in the DSP community. Well, I don't know exactly, but it did exactly what I was asking. In one of my previous episodes, I was like, "Dear mod makers, can you please make this?" And then 2 days later, there's a mod that does exactly what I was asking for, which is brilliant. I'm not saying that I mean, it's maybe a common idea, and maybe they can get it for me directly, or maybe to hear someone else mention it. But I'm really happy that it's there, and it's exactly what I wished for, because everyone just says blueprints, and blueprints are going to be super difficult because there are all these edge cases and error states. Trust me, I know those. And instead, doing something as simple as just give me the inserters, because where you have trouble is when you when you need to do like multiple rows. If you just need to build something, fine, just get it. But it's about doing those 90 smelting or 120 smelting things. That's the horrible part. Yeah. I mean, I don't care. It's just what mod is it? It's called copy inserter. I just carelessly run across tracks because I am the luckiest person alive. Nothing bad ever happens. See? Hello. I felt, oops. Okay, maybe I should just look a bit at where I'm running. These are good. These are good. These are good. Looks like it's working this part, so... Oh, did I also bring some modules? Oh, yeah, I did. Then I'm gonna... Oh, this one is already updated. Never mind. Then we'll upgrade the other one. Almost. But wait a minute. Nope. Nope. And nope. This is when it's a ratio. Oh well. Keep going. This is good. It looks like red is starving, but that's to be expected, that red is starving. Is it starving because of copper? Nope, it's starving because of green, but green is starving because of copper. We love the reverse Megabase. Thank you. I'm also enjoying it. It's a fun series, and it's... At first, it was just lots of people didn't like it, but now it kind of found like a forum, I think, where people enjoy it for what it is. That one has run out in the meantime. That has run out in the meantime, so don't get those. So I don't have enough mining productivity to get this one really up where it should be, to get the 16 lanes I need. And I actually need more than 16, I need 17 lanes, but I can't get that. So what I'm doing is just throwing in some modules here, just to speed it along so we can get as close as possible. It's not quite 16 lanes inbound, but it's going to be at least 17 lane outbound, and I need 16 times 37 per second inbound to fill these. And I mean, as you can see, we're not there yet, but anything helps. More mining productivity helps as well. It's all about how much we can direct this way and get more greens, get more reds, and get more everything else. There. What's your opinion on the mining drones mod? What mining drones? For Factorio? Never heard of it. Don't know what it is. So, that's my opinion. Me. Mining drones? Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I played it. It's fine. It's super imbalanced, but who cares? If you like it, you like it. It's nice if you just want some convenience. Oh, yeah. No problem. And here. I like my train system. It's very nice and simple, and it works, it seems. Alright, so I have 32 of these modules. I'm gonna go over here and start mushing them in. Some close calls? Ah, we're completely safe. Everything is under control. And get the plastic. Huh? Oh, right, I don't have that. Whoosh. How many more? 58. 58 are missing. That's something. Oh, this one just goes down to a big fat 0. Big fat 0. There. All right. So I think we're good to go on everything except everything else. These are just normal productivity 1 modules. They'll get there when they get there. Actually, could I just trigger them as well? I think I could if I just go up and mess with the purple signs. Yeah. Then I'll pick them up and they'll go out of my inventory. There you go. There you go. That should definitely be enough of those. Is it worth trying a beacon mining build in Factorio? Anyone? Beacon mining? No. It's not. Get more productivity. That's it. Alright, so this I don't like. This is clearly not taking enough, or clearly taking too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my extra 2 lanes. Where are they going to be? They're going to be here. These 2 lanes. And they're going to be on these 2 sides here. Oops. Oh, that was oops, even incorrect. That was not even just too short or It was also misplaced. Ah! That's why you check before you do that. So am I checking now? Nope, I'm not. Here to here to here. Alright, so that one is going to be a dedicated lane here. Dirter. Is that going down? Nope. Up. Oh, that's bad. Actually, hold on. That's actually not what I want. I wanted the other one. I wanted this one. Don't think it really matters, but now it's the one I want. Because then it'll match with this one. There. So that gets now 2 dedicated belts, and then I can take that one out here, and I can do dedicated outbound, and I can take the other one, which is that one, and I can take a dedicated outbound. So this is now updated, and is it the final form? I think it needs 2 more modules for it to be the final form. Can I ask a short question about DSP? You can always ask. There. Yeah. Okay, so what I did was a bad idea. Okay, great. I love that. I love that. Cool. That's still good. How? Could also do it properly now that we have it. This one goes out. And I'm going to take this one. Let's go here. Nope. Alright. You install the mod and run correct. Do you follow the guide? Doesn't work. Okay, that I can't help you with. I did what is explained in JD's video, and I can't do tech support for you on why yours doesn't work. So I would recommend you check out JD's video because it's very comprehensive. It is so easy to understand that even I could understand it. So that's about as much praise as you can get from a guide. Good. Why are these so bad? Now, I need to figure out the one here. I love that you can do this, like Shift Q on top. And that should work. Then this one is now, let's see what the capacity is. The capacity is that it uses 182 and it can at maximum get 180 inbound. So that is all that it can get. That one's going to be prioritized, and that's going to be prioritized. So I want to get that inbound. Great, and this one should also be prioritized. There. Good. So that is all the blues we can expect. Ding! Oh, and if it's not working, I want this one and that one. Because that means it takes from... Nope. Wrong way. There. That means it takes from this one, which is the one that comes from a dedicated line. We want to use the dedicated line before we want to use the shared line. That makes sense. This one takes all of it out, and that's to be expected. Yep. Clean up the unused underground crossing the bus. Oh yeah, these. Yes, you're absolutely right. Good spot. Anything else? No. That's it. I think those are the ones. Cool. Why is that one here? If I don't use it, don't take it anywhere. So that's red is looking better. Yep, red is looking better. Full belts, great. What are we missing then? Something out here, I guess. Yeah, that's as good as this gun gets. Huh. What seems to be the major malfunction? That seems to be over here. Aha. Well, that's also woefully unupdated, to say the least. There's always going to be something, right? There's always going to be something. It's almost, but not quite. Gonna need more productivity. So we have nothing that's not working. Well, we do have some. There's something here. What is that? Plastic still? These also need an upgrade at some point. Yeah, it is the plastic. Not that it really needs the plastic here, but you know, I don't mind. What are we missing now? We're missing a all of 0. Perfect. We now have no missing modules in the base at this point. That's good. In the copper wire. Should I? No. It's fast enough, so no. No point in doing an upgrade when it's not needed. For the hell of it, of course, but that doesn't seem like the time we do that now. Cool. Things are moving. Why is our... Oh, did I just upgrade this one? That was not even the one that needed upgrade. This one though, let's upgrade that and see if this is... It's not the inbound here. What would be... There is also an upgraded version of this, so let's have a look at it. This is the one we used. Yep, and then there's an upgraded version of it, which is basically just some speed modules. Oh, the outer ones are 2 speed and 1 productivity, while the inner one are 3 productivity and 1 speed. Interesting. So it fits. But what does that mean? That was before they made the change. Damn. So yeah, I'm not going to use the expensive speed modules there. I'm going to get just 50 of these. And then we're just going to set it up. There. Copper miners, not wires. Copper miners? No, I shouldn't be. I don't want to use that. I don't want to use speed 3 modules for this. I'm going to use speed modules 3 for where it's needed. This one will have to just be better when it gets more productivity. But yeah, it's a slow going, but it'll get there. Something will happen. And let's see. You are still pretty damn awful. Why are you still pretty awful? But this one... Oh, right. It's because I'm both looking at one and the other. It's this one that's not working. Right. Let's see. How... Whoops, not delete that one. It's producing 4.5. That's obviously not enough, but it's consuming 90. So we can't even make it faster right now. We could make it with like the 1, 2, 3, and then 1. That's gonna make it ever so slightly faster. I think I'll do this one. And unfortunately we have to do it this way. It's silly. There you go. That should fix itself. Eventually. And become about 20% faster. 5% speed and 15% or 12% productivity. Well, that's called like 17% more better. And now it's junk in inventory. Yeah. It happens. Don't care. We will get junk in our inventory from time to time. But we'll also get it out there. Okay, so this is good. We're just kind of trying to figure out where our bottlenecks are. These ones shouldn't be working, but I guess if they're working, they're working. Right? As long as everything else is working, then it should be fine. But that's our main issue. It's the acute lack of product, of whatever, these things. Go. I can't really run away. Oh, I can run away because it's actually it's not my robots being here. Cool. Right, so let's find a place that we can do some... No. Now we're going to do the greatest genocide known to man. And I'll just go here. So, first I do that one. That prevents biters from spawning. Then I do that one, which kills every single one. And then I do that one, and now there's no pollution. That's it. See? Why do you struggle so much with the biters? That's it. 3 commands and you're done. What do we have here? Some productivity. Whoop. Oh, I did have the problem with the visual glitch, but I just chose not to do it. If I did some testing, and it seems my thoughts on the visual glitch for the DSP copy inserters is if you build along the meridians, you're going to get visual glitches. If you build along the parallels, then you're not going to get visual glitches. So build along the there. So that's it. That's as simple as it is. Also as simple as killing the biters as well. You should probably murder them. I did. Are they only on the map? What? Yeah, this is just because the map hasn't been updated. So whenever sort of a random update comes around, then we'll see that they're no longer there. So we can, for example, just go up here and just see that they're not there. Not along the equator. Yes, if you build along the equator, what I mean is, if you build rows instead of columns, you build rows and then you have inserters top and bottom, it works. If you build it that way, then they try to set the inserters on the top and the bottom, and then they go like visual bug. That one. That's at least my observation. Don't know if it's super entirely consistent, but that's how it is. Alright, so I need to figure out a way to design this network in a way that you can kind of understand it and you can help me figure out why it doesn't work. or what the limitations are. So let's clear some space. Actually, I want it to be out of Roboport area, because I want to make sure that I don't have anything disturbing me. So we're going to build it like super small, and just so that we get it. This is mainly to show the proof of concept. No, it's exclusively to show the proof of concept. Pop up. This one will be good. And I'm gonna get a train. I want one train. There. And I'm gonna get a furnace. So clean up our inventory and then go back out there. So we have nothing that is waiting. So you can see up here, the biters are gone and they have nothing to shoot at. Here. So now I just want to use these for exploration. Did I get what I wanted? No, not yet. And shouldn't we get just a single one of these? There we go. Not my problem. I got a furnace. Okay, so pretend. It's of course not going to be exactly like this. Definitely not. Did I have one that said train to train? I don't know. This one will then be tests, and it'll get copper ore in. Yeah, so copper ore comes in. And as you can see, they are, if I want to make sure that no trains... Didn't do that in Masterclass Workshop. Yes, I did. But I'm not sure I have the things for it. So they need to come in from some direction. Let's just go this direction. So this is already one interesting problem. Like, do we share them here? Or do we say that there are actually going to be two parallel tracks, so that, let's say, they're going to be like this, and of course, remember, all of this is repeating, so okay, so this is just to illustrate that things are repeating and it's not just seen in isolation. Okay. How long will the smelting train? 16. 2, 16, 2. That's the train size. Easy to balance. So the point of this is that even though they will share, they will have to intersect, then at least sometimes, actually also, it will be, I think it'll be marginally better to do it, to do this. Not sure I can explain why, but it just feels better. It also looks better. Yeah, looks better. Yay, productivity! Woohoo! So the essence is, I'm gonna open these. They're gonna either have 0 or 1 a limit, and then I will build out here, and then they will go. And this is gonna be the tricky part. Yeah, this is gonna be the tricky part actually. Because I would imagine that in this case that copper trains come in from here, or copper ore trains come from here, but copper plate trains go that way. So they'd actually have to be sort of opposite. Does that make sense? Which now becomes even weirder. If one enters from the top and the other enters from the bottom, does that help in terms of departure of specific lines? I don't think so. Does it? No, I don't want that, because then the full outbound train has to wait for yeah, so the issue will be that in here we have an empty a copper ore train that comes in, and that's following along this line, but then the full train is coming out and has to sort of wait behind it to go out. I don't like that. Will you try to make junctions like in the final Megabase? I don't know what that is. No, I don't. Have to remember, this is basically has to be treated as a continuous pattern. So these are not great, right? They're not great how much they overlap. Better to have it opposite. It's still awful, but it's a different kind of awful. Fair bit of cringing going on here. Yeah, there is. What are we making? We are making a train-to-train smelter. Outbound plate trains should be prioritized over ore trains, I suppose, but how does that actually work? So I started by saying I don't want intersections, and what I've done now is like build a million intersections into this. Yeah. Let's I'm gonna see if I have my train-to-train blueprint in the paste bin. Train-to-train. Wonder if I have that. Nope. Don't have it there. Which means I don't have it then. Well, I'm playing locally, so I can always go grab it from my own map, so I might do that. Anyway, what we're gonna do now is take a short break. Oh, they got really stuck. Haha. You're useless. They actually are. Cool. So, short break, then we will be back in 2 minutes time. I will just keep thinking about this, and if you have better ideas, throw them at me. See you in 2. Alright, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Let me see. What about having the ore train enter and leave from one side and the plate train the same? It would require double one engine on each side and it won't cross. Yeah, so then you're talking one-headed train, two-headed trains, and I really don't like those. But you know, it might not be. It might be the only way to do this. We're having a minimum spacing for the train length between two existing entering the same track. Even if you let the number of horizontal in and outbounds explode. I don't get it. Well, how about having a minimum spacing of the train length between two exits entering the same track? No, I can't do that. It's 20 wagons long. It doesn't work. Yeah, I don't bother building the whole thing for 216 for just test purposes. It's just gonna be. But I think that the only way to really avoid this is by having double-headed trains. But oh man, double-headed trains are so awful. Or are they? I mean, we can try it, right? We can try it. Should we? Should we try it? There'll be all sorts of other things that's going to be so bad. But, you know, it's a thing. Yeah, let's see all of that crap here. Don't go just a few tiles down. This is an important part of having double-headed trains. You have to split them. This means this is going to be inbound and this is going to be outbound. Hey, there are some people who swear to this logic, so well, maybe it might just work. Okay, I get it. Whew. Oops. And let's think. What is the next? What does this one imply? It's yeah. The full ones are on the outside. Oh, that sound. Simulate some stacker of some sorts here. Can a train not function as both inbound and outbound consecutively? Nope. It can, but it's bad. One single thing that's not getting emptied, one single inserter that's stuck with the wrong item, and your whole setup breaks. Super fragile build. So we don't do fragile builds. Nice and symmetrical. Thank you. Let's see if it works. I mean, there's going to be other things. Current design is single-headed. Nope. You want to continue on the server? Let me know, but I have to upload a save. No, as I wrote to you, don't worry about it, Timbo. Just you do you, and I'll play locally. There's not like there's any direct interaction. It does mean that if someone should decide to donate a sub, it doesn't pop up in the game here, but I can look. I think I can look like that, and it should be fine. Why not have all change come in from one side and enter the other? Yeah, then I have to build new trains by the copper outpost because if I don't have any trains going back there, then I have to invent trains at the copper outpost, and then they go out the other side. And what are they gonna do there? There. Maybe I was just being deliberately obtuse. When will you do a massive multiplayer session with you? When I'll do it with you myself? I don't do that. So yeah, I don't do those kind of things. It's not really of any interest to me. So this one goes into the greater network. Oh, that sound. Let's just hypothesize how it's gonna look. And this one is then, I don't know, test. This is just for illustration purposes, right? So basically that's how the loop is, and it goes like this. And I'll do the same over on this one. And then basically when we've designed it, we are going to sort of brainstorm, because it's much better to brainstorm in small size like this than it is to do in, yeah, big settings. Oh man, I need better reach. Test. Copper ore facility, right? So, names. Here. And this one is test. Grab that one. I don't know why this is so important for me, but it is. Copy and paste. Alright, so this is. Don't forget to move the station on the north exiting trains. Alright, that one. Yeah. That has to be down here. Yes. Oh, that reach. Is so bad working with other people machines. He even has a self-driving car. Okay. Thank you. Right, Ukraine. The point is that I've worked for 12 years as a project manager. If I do a multiplayer thing, it ends up in one of two ways. Either I go in full project manager mode and everyone who's standing around goes like, what should I do? What should I do? And I go, yeah, you go there and you go that one and don't build on the path and you build this. And then I'm not having fun. Then I might as well be a corporate project manager. So that's extremely unfun for me. The other part is basically just me just looking at 100 cats running around and just go like, nope, I'm just gonna go over here in the corner and just curl up as a little ball and then hope this passes. Neither of which is gonna give us any good experience. So yeah. Exactly. So it's not fun for me. And if it's not fun for me, I know better. It's not gonna give good content if it's not fun for me. Alright, so now we have to do something more, because this is not it, though. Because this is getting more advanced than that. Because I need to make sure that they wait here until there's one open, right? And that means, can I do that by, simple? No, I can't. I don't think I can do this by simple limit, because the thing is, if I have, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 of these, let's just build a few more, just sort of to, whoops, how did that one not work? Okay, so I have potentially 3 trains here, but I'm gonna have more trains than that. I'm gonna have 6, 8, 10 trains. And if this is either a 1 or a 0, that's a 1 or a 0, that's a 1 or a 0, then I need to make sure that the trains do not get stuck here, because all of these are loaded. I need to make sure that they go in here and wait at this location. So do I have a stacker one here? I don't think that's good. Train limit 5. Train limit 5. Okay, now you just some number. Yeah, but okay, so let me just explain what the issue is. That if we set the limit should be here. The reason why I want the limit on these to be either 0 or 1 is because I basically want to switch off the station. I want to make sure that no one comes in here, because this one has enough. So I need to make sure that I don't have trains stuck here trying to unload. They should be coming in here, unloading, go out. That's better. They shouldn't be standing here just like, as it gets done. It should go in, unload, get out. And then it's going to be idle. Hopefully 80% of the time it's going to be turned off, so that the trains here are waiting at this one. And as soon as one of these trains can accept a full train load, it goes in, finds number 1, 2, 3, 4. That one goes up, unloads, a few minutes later comes out again. Right? So I don't want a train parked in all these stations. I want a trains parked here, ready to go into the one that can be unloaded. Right? So you set train limit to 1 instead of turn off station, turn off signal before. All right. Yes, but this is when then comes the next question, next problem, as I see it. Maybe I'm just seeing ghosts here, but I just don't want to build something and then find out that, oops, it doesn't work. So my next problem with this design would be, if I set all of these to 1, that means I have now 3 trains that can be here, but I have 6 trains in total. Let's do 6 trains in total. Right. If this one is closed, or if this one is limited to 1 and there's a train here, if this is limited to 1 and there's a train here, this is limited to 1 and there's a train here, then as soon as a train stands right here and wants to leave, it's going to say, I can't leave because the destination is full. And then it's going to get stuck here, and the next one, and next one. That's bad. That's why I want to make sure that they always leave the station here. So I want them to load and come back and wait here. Will you have a single? I'll consider this for a single. I won't have a single thing for 16,000, but I'll have a single one for 8,000 red circuits. No, it's 8,000 red signs. So for the purpose of this, we're going to build it simple and then we're going to try it, right? But don't think it has to scale that big. Limit 2 at each station. And then make sure we have change signals all the way through. That's another part I don't like, change signals all the way through. I don't think I can avoid it, but I think that's... Okay, so the reason was that the... oh, this is gonna be a nightmare to actually design here. Yeah, that's... That one is special. These are the outbound. So this is going to be the next problem. This means as soon as the train, like if I have 10 of these, the last one cannot empty until it has cleared the entire thing, because I only have change signals on the way out. I could also just make these, and then there's a risk that it stops somewhere. But on the inside, train change signal, and that one is probably going to be like a normal signal. Yeah? Don't think I need this, do I? Oh my god, that reach. Oh. Yeah, I do need it here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait a second. No more. Burp, 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 burp. Experiment with similar setup. A single additional station after the stacker will do with no train limit. It doesn't matter if one outgoing full train blocks the other path in the stacker. Yes, that's also what I was actually looking at this spot and just thinking that's a good place to have a stacker. It doesn't have any... That means this one should have a condition that says it goes to that one until empty. Then it goes to that one until full. And then it goes through stacker. Right? And it's...
Oh dear, there seems to be a little problem with one of your locomotives.
Really? Really? Oh, if only we had like a buffer chest here so I can just get in and it would just bring it into me. Ah, here, fuel. Train would have to be fuel. If only I had a ton of wood in my inventory. I don't. See? No wood. Well, this is simple and uncomplicated. Stacker on the way out too, so the train won't have to wait for the mining outsource to be open. Hey, Draco, thank you. Ignoring problem trains until they fix themselves. Exactly. Did I get it? No, I didn't get it yet. Go, 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 go. Where are we? Inbound. 10,000 in logistics storage. Wouldn't know. Okay. If a train gets stuck in the middle, it doesn't really matter. It's still faster than the train not leaving until the entire block is clear. I think you're onto something, Mono Idle into Functor. It's one of those things where I would like... I'll just come back to that one. So it goes out here. And I would also imagine that, yes, even if it goes out and then it gets stuck at this location and then avoid blocking that one, well, it should be able to get all the way out if I just prioritize it on the way out. I mean, I like that idea. I'm not sure it's a good one, but this one will, in effect, prioritize that they go out. This one won't be able to go until it finds a clear path through, but these ones can start munching in here to the common. I think that's okay, right? Yeah. The point is going to be that I must have this path here empty. This path must be completely clear and have dense signals so that trains just get out of the way. But that shouldn't be a problem because by the time they leave, they are going way out to find the next location. Not if they're larger trains. They are going to be larger trains, and that's the thing. Like, even if it blocks here, then it's still... Like, we have to imagine, what can it be blocked by? It cannot be blocked by a train that goes in here, right? It can go there while it's going in there, but not for very long. Then it's going to go in there because it wouldn't be able to go past that one unless it goes in. Right? Maybe I should get more of these trains. And just try. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's so annoying that you can't see it forward. You can only see it backwards. So you can't say, okay, where is it? And then go. It's you go like this. And you go, okay, where's the next train gonna be? Like, there? Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trains that can be stored. Yeah, that's good. This one will be setting train limit 1. Good. This one's just pass through, no limits. Damn it, train fuel. Ah, the linking. Are we gonna do this? Are we seriously gonna do this? Nah. You thought I was almost gonna do that. I'll just do that one instead. There you go. Now they can maybe request here. We'll wait till you have to make green circuits train to train. Please inform us when you do. It's the hardest part of train to train. I have done that. I have designed it, and I'm, as far as I recall, I was pretty happy with the result. Train fuel. Boop. Can't go up here. There. Then I'm gonna wait until it's powered. Yay! Finally, I can raise 10k channel points. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's nothing better for us to do to spend it on. I have asked my account manager at Twitch, but he has a tendency to not answer when I contact him. Nick Jones, thank you for the 4 months. Where did the paths go? They are around. Oh no, did I just go out of my... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Boop. There we go. Hey, Floric, thank you for the Twitch Prime for 10 months. Yeah, so actually there is a function on Twitch, but it's apparently only some people who get it, and that means that we can set up like a milestone, and or something happens that if you use, I don't know, 100,000 channel points, then my stream gets promoted to the front page of Twitch for some time. That's pretty good. That's actually something that's valuable. So I've asked whether I could get it, why I can't get it, when I'm gonna get it, why, how, and then I just don't get response. It's lovely. Yeah. And good news!
More shall gather. More shall enter
That
the
is
fray.
so nice. Patreon has been a bit down as of late, so great to see a new patron. Thank you so much. See, we're not gonna have full. We're just gonna have like inactivity for 5. Oh, okay. Copy, paste, paste. Stacker. This is the one where it should be inactivity. No. These actually should be inactivity. There. No. How did you go there? Why not train fuel? How do I... I don't want them connect? Yes, perfect. And go to that one, go to that one. This could be a bit risky to get in. Oh, we have to make sure that we clear this so they can actually go in and use this location. Boom. Alright, let's see. You gotta do it. Thank you. Was that you? The Clowny, was it you? If you are the patron who just pledged, make sure you link your Discord. Let me just check. It was the Clowny. Thank you so much and welcome. It was awesome. Why not change it in the start of the stacker? Then that kind of doesn't work. And it's not a stacker because then they won't go in there until it actually is. I want them to go in here and stay in there. How do I make sure that this one is longer? I think I have to set it up to like 10 seconds. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Ah, destination full? Where? What? Where are you going? How can you? Let me see. Come on. That should now go here. Give me one more train. Actually, I think it's better to put it out here. Then I can more easily send it in. And you're gonna go to the loading and pretend. See, there we go. That blocks. I want to see them actually stack more up in the... This is on a 10 second. This one is 5 seconds. So why do they... Because there's only one here, but there's 3 there, of course. Let's make it a bit more advanced. Oh, am I gonna get run over by this? Yeah, it shouldn't choose this until it actually gets in. Which means all of this is wrong. Stupid trains. Ow, 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 ow. Can't see it. Oh, there you are. Yes. Hmm? That's not close. That's too close. How did I mess that up? Ooh. No problem at all. Not at all a problem. Okay, so now I've thrown more trains at it. So it's not really using the stacker. Why is it not using the stacker? Yeah, if you do a train signal here, then it just waits here until it can go into one of these. There's no point. It might as well just go from here and wait at any one of them. All right. Now I kind of get it. Yeah. So at this point, it could actually get stuck waiting at this point here. But it's this train and this one that opens, so it's just sitting here waiting for the last one to close. That's a good point. Good point. It's getting a bit crowded here compared to what I want. See, that's the one what I want to see here. We want to make sure that the outbound is always going to be cleared. Why did that start going out? Didn't it start going out a bit early? It seems like it's going in really quickly, right? How does it... Okay, like, when is it going out? There. It's going out even as soon as this one. That's actually super nice. That's way better than I thought. I thought it would wait until the path was clear, but it doesn't. It starts going in as soon as the train here unloads. Look at that. Now it goes, because that's as soon as, that's when the limit sets, when the limit opens. That's actually way better than I thought. Because that means as soon as it's starting to accelerate and move out, the other one is already accelerating going in. And since they're on two different tracks, that means they will be crossing each other much smoother. This is good. If you increase it to 2, then it uses stacker? I don't think so. Look at that, how elegant it actually is. And of course, I want this station to be as close to the first branch as possible. I think it'll get one more train if I... Didn't quite get that. Ah, found you. So this one goes out here and waits, and that means it's the least amount of time. Woohoo! It is working. Thank you. Yay, double-headed trains. Well, I don't know. Thank you, Luke. Thank you. I like this. Oh, there goes destination full. It actually had enough time to just go there and... Got a question. Do you know if a train limit reservation for a station is lifted if the train tries to leave but cannot clear the station due to signal? Yes.
Gesture.
First try. Thank you, Timo. Yes, Bloodred. If it will leave the station because the signal is after the station, so it has left the station, and so the next signal will appear. So if you build a signal there, it'll still leave the station and just slide forward, and then it has left the station is open. So yeah. Hey Bartek, thank you.
Gesture.
So that's working as you would expect and intend there, and then it goes a bit forward until that one goes out. How did I manage to insert that symbol in nearest tag? I have no idea. What symbol? Corinna. Oh, that little up and down arrow. That's a nice and I don't know. Try smashing your head against the keyboard again to see if you can generate it again. That's how you usually find your new shortcuts in Windows. It's just like rage. Like, oh, rage. Interesting. Bash your head for science. Yeah, for science, not for entertainment. Cool. I think this is fine. Right, I think this is what we want, and I think we'll settle on this one for the time being. Hold Alt and try some numbers. Yeah. Throw more trains at it. What would that do? See, it's important that this one doesn't stack up. It has to stack up after this, but we'll try one more. Or not. Have I used all my trains?
A kind gesture.
Hey Draco, thank you. Cause trains are fun. They are fun, especially when they're just. This is why I wanted to build a small setup, because I couldn't really build this setup with something bigger. Okay, what do we got? 2 on the way. Let's go. Hey Cerulean, what are you guys doing? The stagger's not FIFO. It shouldn't be. If I wanted FIFO, I would use a queue. And by FIFO, I'm assuming you mean first in, first out, and not the FIFO that where I come from, which means fit in or fuck off, which is a brilliant management principle, but it does kind of burn people out in the organization. That's the company I worked for was known, infamous for using the FIFO principle for management. I've seen it in effect. It's incredibly powerful. Well, it works as a management principle. Basically, I've sat in meetings where the CFO threatened to fire a managing director just by saying that, and the managing director was like, "I'm not going to accept this system in my country." And I was like, "That's perfectly fine. You can just choose not to be employed anymore." Okay, well, maybe I love the system now that I think of it. I'm sure you do. Now fuck off. And that's how you make the small kings bow down to the emperor. But that's when it works, because you have these kingdoms who just manage their own little kingdoms, and they're all powerful within their domain, and that's how you command them to make way. But unfortunately, it's kind of also embeds into the organization, which means everyone's just like, hey, you can always pull rank, and then there's no meritocracy, because hey, I'll just go to your boss, and my boss can bully your boss, and that means I can bully you because my boss can bully your boss, and then you kind of don't have a healthy organization. So anyway, let's see. Oh, the Cloudy, and then Goro Chico, thank you for the subscription and welcome. And the Clowny with 4 gift subs, awesome. Putting in a pitch for this one. Well, it's not quite a hype train yet. Could have it.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise this.
Purpose of this system to make a trap that will invariably get me run over. It isn't working as smoothly now. No, it's because I've oversaturated the trains. This path should be much longer.
With determination.
So the essence is here that, of course, it should be able to work here. My dad can beat up your dad. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point.
It fills you with determination.
And thank you, PJGR, and thank you, Draco, for just pushing it over the edge and making it an actual hype train. Can you explain what the station after the stacker does? Yes. Toby1, I will gladly do that, because if we have a train system that actually works, I'd love to explain it. Actually, I can one-up it in terms of that. I can actually do this.
A generous bestowal.
There. don't know why my robots were not good enough to do this. And that should help on getting this. Okay, so what happens is, if I take, you know what, the easiest thing is just taking it out, right? Then we'll just see what happens. That's what happens. Now they get stuck wherever they are. They will not leave this station until they can get in here. Basically, they'll get stuck and block the loading station, because right now all these stations are full, and only when this one starts leaving will it empty here. So if I put this in, then they will always just try to go to this station first, and then by going towards that station I force them to at least get in there, because it's only after they pass this point that they will check whether any of these have a station open. If you remove the stations left and after stagger, everything will run. If you remove the stations left and after stagger, everything will run smoother. Left, this one, this is symbolizing my loading stations, my ore mining outpost. And this one, no, it will run absolutely horrendous. Would it be beneficial with another signal between the stacker station and the first branch off to allow the next train to creep further forward? Between the... Alright, yeah, okay, so basically have a line from here and there, so that there would always be a train that waits. I mean, I would say that it's better to have the station here, for example. So this would be a better setup. Maybe. That one at least would be a better setup. And then you're saying basically, wouldn't this one be possible to... Whoa, that was going straight in. Is it not? Okay, let's stacker. Why does it say destination full suddenly? Oh, they just need to clear these. So this is what you're saying, right? That there is a space for one train beyond the stacker. So it goes up here and waits. So it's just ready, set, go. You're next in line. And it doesn't matter which one we go, because all the stations will have the same out there. Alright, 1:45. If anyone wants to join in on this one, it's fine. It's a nice little small one. It's generous of you to actually do it. To actually get one. Replacing the first change signal of the incoming ore train with normal signal would be even smoother, wouldn't it? Replacing the first change signal of the incoming ore trains. What, that one? The top one or the bottom one? Alright, well, one thing at a time. Hey, Man Hexer, thank you for the 3 months. This third month is up. Well, as always, a beginning. It's very much. First station broken. Which one? Oh, that one? Why is... Which one? First station. All the stations seem to be working. Stacker station needs to be moved back. Why? It can go in there. You can see this one goes in immediately. Are you using a train mod? No, because train simulator would just go to the next station and wait. No, they wouldn't. Nope. That's how... Oh, that's how the train limit works.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
Ubuntu,
We are
maybe.
building an army.
Ubuntu? Ubuntu? DE? Maybe I don't know. Welcome. Thank you for the subscription. The change signal going up into the smelter. That one? That one?
Gesture.
Hey, Draco, thank you for the 251. Let's see. Vujap, thank you for subscribing to my 5. Oh, wow, that was... That ended. It was level 1.
Our illustrious
If we have any
champion
moderators
returns.
present, I'm not sure we do.
Welcome home.
So if you take... if you take this one instead, what would that imply? That would imply that it could potentially block an outgoing train. That's a lot smoother. You're right. You're absolutely right. But then, do I need that one as well? Yeah, we're just basically forcing them in as much as possible. So it can go as close as close. Sort of present. Alright, don't worry, Timbo. And Becker is also present. Colors, awesome. A little baby train, absolutely. But you got the flashy icon to display. And thank you for your support. Thank you, Draco. And it must be the Clowny on the gift shop side. Right, and this is why we do it together, and this is why it's so important to set it up. If we set it up like giant, then it would take long to ready asset, and I have a square near the module build, so we can attach to that. Module build. Yay! Yes, let's put in there. Let it run, subs. There. Asset. No. Oh, I love that it's not a... It's a release thing. And where was Draco? Where did you want yours? Same color, purple, and added to the area near the main base. Do you have one in already? You do? 2? Where? I want to get him next to... Doot. Do you want to get next to that one? That's weird why it does that. That one. Next to that one. Next to that one. Cool. Yeah. Let's see. There can be a 2 here. And then we're going to leave... Yeah, there'll be some small spots here and there. And now I'm going to do it wrong again with the 1 underscore, because now it's consistent with 1 underscore. There. No. You get to choose. Just when I get to choose, I'll choose something that sort of makes it... Alright. Thank you. Well, look at that, Timbo. Castor has put a nice block here. So, trying to cut you off from connecting. There's a bit of a game of Go. If Timbo's around here, those change color and become his. And Castor here is making a nice big fat blob in the middle to spread out. I think you want to remove all rail signals that is the lastmost before the station, so that the inbound trains do not block or outbound. No, I think I do want that. Because even there, that could block, but it's going to be relatively short time. The only question is whether it can cause a deadlock, and I guess we'll just have to see. See, the outbound are chains, and that's not great, I think. If you think of it, the blocking train just clears the way for the train that's leaving. Yeah, or the other way around. You can see as soon as this one is leaving, then it's blocking that train, so the other one might as well come in here. And when this one is clear, then that one can clear, and then it couldn't, anything that was coming from further down the line couldn't pass anyway, because there was a train exiting anyway. It looks chaotic, yes, but it doesn't matter if it's chaotic if it works. If it looks good and it works. Both things, right? It's not really using this one. There we go, now it is. I like this, I like it. Now we need to go to the next one, and we're going to leave this one here, because why not? It's a bad place I decided to build it, and we'll get that one up here. No power? There we go. So there's a lot of flurry of activity. The third station's incoming train waits. Waits all the way at the beginning. Okay. No, I don't think it does. Let me see when this one clears. See, it starts going. It starts going in as soon as it leaves. So I don't really think there's a problem. Look at last change signal out of smelting area. Should be regular. That one, yes. But then it's no longer sort of the same. It might also be an idea to have change signals before each branch off. Currently, all trains wait at the stacker station if there's another train heading to a station. So you mean something like this, so that any train sort of further down the line doesn't block for anything coming in shorter. Yeah, make it 16 times longer. Yeah. What are we working on today? This, train stations. So now I actually want to build the train module station. So I'm going to take a save here, and then I'm going to load another save, and I'm going to load my... I have a lot of save games. There it is. Seem to have to get back to my old habit of spending too much money. I don't know. That's really up to you. All right, so this is our test world, and I sure as hell hope I didn't delete my train-to-train setups. I probably did. I did because I knew confidently that they were already somewhere. Huh. Yep, that's the last cleanup. So much for cleaning up. Train to train. There's one called train to train. That's probably it. What? Just load. Something didn't work right, but it should have somewhere some train to train setups. Don't tell me I lost it. Why did I lose it? Oh, there it is. There it is. That's steel. There we go, the steel. This one is green circuits. And this is smelting. Let's build a blueprint book. Since I... What? What am I gonna do now? There. Something weird happened. I just need this in a book. Steel smelting, and then this. This one is the one I'm actually most happy about. Super advanced, and doesn't use any cars. That's a very important part. And this one is... Oh, I even did red circuits. That's crazy. With a little test. Nice. But what am I missing something? Normal smelting, steel smelting, green circuits, red circuits. This idea won't work with longer trains. Oh, it absolutely will. It most certainly absolutely will. It'll work for any size trains. It'll just take a while. But we're going to go out of this one and jump back into our previous one. Phew. I love the... We're also going to do train signs. I think I'll do train signs for all of them. Yes, that's the intention. I want to do train signs for all. And then I'll have small feeder trains because each train will be what did I say? 6, 64, 6. Oh no, Wild. No. Our science trains will be 6, 64, 6. Oh no. No, 6, 48, 6, yes. It's great, right? I just put them into a box and then I left the game, not saving, not copying the blueprint. I have to go back and do it. Boop. So, why would you say that it wouldn't work for longer trains? I've seen it work for very long trains, so I'm just curious why I would say that it doesn't work for longer trains. I know, but we need to get this one done. Alright, so red. Get an icon and a red. That should be enough for us to know what it's about. And then just don't mess it up. Train and green. Train and iron copper. Train and steel. Copy, right? Go to paste bin, make a new paste. Train to train. For anyone curious, I'll just save this again, just as 2, just because. So next time I make a mistake, at least I have it. And then we're going to jump back in this one and take the break from here. Doing things while talking at the same time. Yep. Your resource trains like iron, they're going to be smaller. Yeah, they're going to be 216.2. And I'm going to see if I can load it in here. Shouldn't I just be able to just paste it in? Well, not that one. It's not exactly how it works. That would be nice though. What? Oh, right, there's a blub blub. It's not a really good one. But it's not really masterclass level, so we'll put it down here. This had like these chests out there. And if I put it in here, then it'll just delete it by itself at some point. So I have to... No. You thought you could do that, didn't you? You thought you could do that. That's not happening. Ha ha ha. You thought you could destroy my blueprints like that. Cool. Short break, then we'll be back. Alright, good night, Cerulean. Thank you for joining. But it's strange, I just copied your setup train test, and with out the station, it works perfectly smoothly with no mention of destination full. Are you not running any train mods? I'm not running any train mods. There are no train mods. If you're running it, maybe you're running an old version or something, but it's the limit here that does it. So, anyway, short break. We're going to zoom out a bit, and then once we come back, we're going to set up a 216.2 train for copper, just test how it works. And once that's done, we'll try to build this whole thing somewhere up here that we feel makes sense. Whoops, that's a bit of a zoom out here. We should also check on the rest of the base. Alright, see you guys back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back. Just in the middle of an autosave, I think. ESOM DSP will never have this depth. That is just not correct. You are saying never, and it's a pretty big word, never. This is a total ripoff. Okay, you are way off track. Way off track. Way off track on when saying it's a ripoff. Okay, so whenever you see Valorant, you go, oh, that's CS:GO. No, you go, that is what is the first? Wolfenstein. That's Wolfenstein. Or Doom. That's just a Doom ripoff. Like, okay, there is a genre, and anything inside that genre is not a ripoff. Like Satisfactory. Oh, that's just Factorio in 3D. No. Factory games is a genre popularized pretty much by Factorio, and other people who make factory-based games are of course going to have some things that similar. Satisfactory is similar, but it is distinct enough that it is its own game. And if I look at Dyson Sphere Program versus Factorio right now, then I would say, okay, so they looked at Factorio and go like, we can do that better. We can make it actually in space feel like it happens in space instead of just sending a rocket off and then it's gone. No. So you have, if Dyson Sphere Program was just on the planet, it would still be a globe, but it's on the planet, and there would be no warping, no Dyson Sphere, no sort of additional planets. Then you could go like, yeah, that's could be seen as it, because you have the science blocks and you just do it, and then maybe you have this UI for the Dyson Sphere, but it doesn't exist in the world, it's just there. Then it would go like, yeah, that's what you could expect from a small company with a small team. But that's not what they did. They've, like, the warp technology, how it looks, the all of the astronomical effects that go on with planets and how they work and rare resources and like, oh, they have science blocks that are colors. Oh, that's Factorio ripoff. No, it's not. Right? It's it plays completely different. But there are some things that are familiar, like, hey, if I'm very good at CS:GO, I'm probably decent at Valorant because it's about reaction speed and pointing and clicking and shooting stuff that moves. And so if I'm good at Factorio, I'm probably also good at Dyson Sphere Program because it's some of the same principles of bottlenecks and throughputs and ratios that come into effect. But yeah, it's different effects. So also something I love that is sort of outside of the game mechanics. Factorio goes from like trivial smelting to sort of tech level wise to launching rockets. So it stops at current tech level. It actually stops below current tech level. I would say there's not really much that's outside of the realm of possibility in Factorio. But Dyson Sphere Program just really goes, it goes higher in tech levels, like the antimatter, fusion powers, all of that cool stuff, which is super nice. So that's something that also makes it thematically different. Yeah. Don't to put it. No. I like going on a tangent. You should know that. But I just think when someone comes in here who is relatively new and just goes with blunt statements like that, then I'm going to react, especially when I'm vehemently disagreeing, and I'm also really just I'm tired of the, oh, it's a copy of. It's like, no, it's not a copy of. There are some games where it really feels like, okay, this is just they looked at a game and just copied the game. But it's I don't get at all that experience with Dyson Sphere Program. It can do so much more than Factorio can do, and I think it's pretty impressive that somebody can say that. And when playing Factorio, I can enjoy the train management here, but it kind of feels silly that we're on a big flat surface, and when you send satellites, send rockets out to space, they're just out of the game. Now it that suspension of disbelief has been shaken by Dyson Sphere Program. Before that, I didn't even question it, but now I go like, yeah, it is kind of stupid, isn't it? Like, what are these rockets doing? Why are we not using them to build a Dyson Sphere, for example? Why can't we go to another planet? We have the technology. We send thousands of rockets, but we can't jump in one of them and go somewhere else. And that's kind of, so Dyson Sphere Program has made me really just question some of the things that I never questioned before. Which means to me that's the best sign of it just not being a copy, because hey, a copy wouldn't do that to me, right? Okay, let's try and build this stuff. Where are we gonna build it? We're gonna build some part away from this, just because. What? Picture is the real reason the fact people think the world is flat. Yep, it is. We know it. Bigger planets, I don't get why bigger planets is something people would want. I don't see any change of it. I would think like smaller planets would be fun, so that they're microscopic and you can't really do anything except outposting. Like satellites could be smaller, but I really don't think that bigger planets does anything. I think that actually I don't think bigger planets would be a good idea, because if you build bigger planets, then a lot of people wouldn't use the best part of the game, and that's the space exploration, because they would just be like, well, this is my planet, I don't need any more space, I don't need any resources. You could just like really small satellites and just bring everything home to your planet. You can't really do that, but you can if you just build small. But so I don't think that would actually be a good idea to add bigger planets, and it's also something that is completely irrelevant to the gameplay. I mean, a lot of people have actually been saying like, "Oh, I landed on a really small planet. I was really unlucky." Like, you do know they're all the same size, so yeah. Has way too many plot holes. Has no plot holes. Factorio has no plot holes. Let me reach in my pocket and grab a a rocket silo for you, and my thousands upon thousands of rails and locomotives. Yeah, no plot holes. No plot holes. It's a game. And we can laugh about inventory management, but then suddenly comes a game like Death Stranding that does even sort of remotely realistic and I absolutely hated it. It was like, no, give me back my RPG inventory. I hate it. Many kilometers of land, but yeah, everything is just off. All right, so this one is each of these. We kind of really want to know how fast it is, otherwise it doesn't really help us. There's just something about these being placed at the wrong location. There. And let's see. So this is the relevant one, and I'm actually going to double it. Oh, I'm going to need some copper ore. Or iron ore. I can take iron. Silly. Then I make sure that I don't ditch it just yet. There. Because it won't tell me the throughput until it actually has detected what kind of recipe it is. Huh, why did I not do that? There. And now it will tell me the speed per second. So, how long time will this take to fill up a train? A wagon is 4,000 divided by 4.275. 16 minutes. Okay. Divided by 2, because it's from both sides. So 8 minutes is what the time it takes to load a train. Left column will smelt more than right column on long trains. Left columns will smelt more than... Okay, I'm gonna need more than that. Left columns will smelt more than right on long trains. I don't get... First of all, I don't understand what you're saying, and secondly, I don't understand what that would mean, or why there would be some difference with left columns and right ones. Escapables, I used it all day. There'll be multiple trains. So, 16 minutes, or 8 minutes. 8 minutes because it'll be loading from both sides, and the train will go here. So that's good. And that means we need to go to our Kirk McDonald friend here. I'll just load it up, and then I'll set up. I want... How much per second? I don't know. I'm just... Items per minute. Items per hour. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There, 1 million. Boop. And I'm going to change it to per second. 277. Yes, that makes sense. And that will require... Let's actually write it in here in game so we can remember it. And then I'm probably going to deconstruct it in no time. So let's get these numbers in. In order to make 278 of these, I am going to need 198. 199. We're always rounding up when it comes to resources. And I'm going to use 199. Negative for inbounds. 0.84. And this is all per second. Still no thoughts on my vertical stacking. Sorry, what? What about your vertical stacking? Of what? Oh, here we go again. Should I scroll up? Sorry. Too many hiccups. We noticed some of the tri-clamp connection pieces aren't even welded on in 90 degrees, so we can never spirit level the pipes. I don't think that's what you were talking about. I was just you were writing something about the brewing, and then I was like, yeah, okay, I don't think I need to respond to that. Okay, so what I'd like to do is we need to figure out how fast is one of these. So that one we have here, and there's going to be 16 wagons on this. So should I count it as, yeah, I'll count it as 2 of those because it's going to be double-sided, so it's going to be 32 of these. That means one station here will provide 136 per second. That means in order for us to deal with this part, I'm going to need 2 copper stations and 3 iron stations. That's pretty simple for a starter build like this, so I like it. Is rate calculator better than max rate calculator? I think they do the same, but this one has the colors and people like colors. You're not using mods like Hellmod or Factory Planner because that make things too easy? No, it's not because it makes it too easy. I just don't really use them, but I could start using them so we could have it in-game, that you could review what's there. There is a 12 beacon build for this. What is mine? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's definitely, this is not impressive enough. I think this is one of my first builds because it looks to me like I could do like this for the majority part. And just like that, it would be better. Yeah. And then I suppose I could do the same thing on the other side. No, not really. Almost. Yeah, there we go. 12 beacons. I did some slightly different things here. Okay, to add 2 more beacons. Now I cannot add 2 more beacons. Time to redo my math. But that's... If you deal with math, are you ever truly done? Does the red inserter actually keep up with this? It does. Because this, how much is it inbound? It is 4 per second. Should be enough, right? It's a box to box. But you know, super important question. Super important question. And instead of just being confident, we are going to do a test. Oh, this is fun. How do I do this now? Why did you make me program this damn thing? I can't remember how to do this. So this is a counter. And now it counts. So now I need to come up with a start condition and an end condition. Damn it! How do I do this? Oh no! Why are you making me do this? Oh, why? Oh, I need a memory cell to store the highest value while this one resets. Ugh. Just check the wiki. Nah. Okay, we're gonna count this to. I think we can. We can do some kind of easy thing, right? This when it's less than 360, 3600. How long is that? That's. This is 1 second. This is 10 seconds. This is 1 minute. Yep. And oh, that's actually not necessary. This one should just go when n is less than 360. There. Then it'll be happy. Yes. And I'll build another one. Good. That'll ruin it, right? Yes. I wanted this one to not be active. Damn it. Basically, I want this one to go bloop, and then it starts counting. Why does it not count more? Oh, listen. And then I do that. Bloop. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, I can't figure it out. I'm not good at this. I don't bother. Someone tell me how much it is. 3.6 per second. All right. It's too late for me to do this kind of crap. That's what I have. That's why I have Vichu and Jeff and Timbo around, because I'm not a programmer. It works for steel. Well, it's pretty bad because I kind of need it. Then the only other option is actually the because there will always be an odd number here. The only way to do a 2-box thing here is to get a car. And I don't want to build crap with car. Car or less beacons. Yeah. That's, I mean, now I kind of go back and went like, I wonder if there was a point to it. But this one isn't really doing anything. And also, it's an imperative to do this. Like, I can actually move it closer on the outside, but you want to do the inside, the slowest one, because it's going to have the productivity on the outbound side. Yeah. I'm sure you keep them around for more than that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe sometimes. For the occasional casual trolling or something. I can move it one over, but then this one gets wonky, and I don't want that. It's more important that this is good, because it's a higher quantity outbound than inbound. So, for the people who said that there is a 12 version, let me just check the Discord then to see if that 12 version has solved this problem. Is it in Blueprints or is it in Factorio? No, I don't. Where is it supposed to be? Someone said it's in Discord. can have extra space horizontally. Okay. No, I can't have extra space because then this one has to jump 2 tiles. They don't jump 1 tile. And then it's going to be a lot of extra space. Oh, stream chat. Oh, yeah, we shouldn't use stream chat, actually. I think we should preferably have... Stream chat should only be for... It's in stream chat. I don't see anything in stream chat. Oh, there, maybe. What? No, that's long ago. There's nothing for today. Why don't I do 2 stack inserters in a row? How am I going to do that? They don't reach. Can't do that. That's an odd number, and I can't move this by 1 tile because it's a train, so I move it by 2 tiles. Use a belt? That's really, really bad. If I use a belt, I'm going to throw this away. Because this one is supposed to be conserving, be good for updates. If I don't do something, if I start having an empty belt all over the place, a half empty belt, then I just shit on my my updates here. So that's not gonna happen. Good morning, JD. How do you scroll past? Yeah, that's all right, Sticky. You're welcome to ask the question. It's just there is a reason why. So maybe the 10 thing. This is better. Obviously, it's better. But I don't know the only option I can see here is this one. And that, my friend, move the rail 1 tile. In what world have you ever moved a rail 1 tile? They don't work by 1 tiles. So, and imagine how many stations I'll have and going manually putting cars everywhere. How do you scroll through? I just hold shift and scroll. Yeah, this is god awful and probably also really bad for performance with all the blinking thing here. Right, so whoever said it's in the Discord, please let me know where it is, because I'd really like to know where there's a solved version of this, because I can't really see it. Cars are not UPS version 2, the cars are active bright. Yeah, that's exactly why I don't want to. What about suits or I can't do, you can't do this. This doesn't work. You can't pick up from this one. Come on, guys. That's... Yeah, but... okay. Someone was confidently saying there's a 12 beacon version that's there. It's in Discord. And now I'm going to be like, where is it in Discord? I want to see it, because I can't figure it out. I can make 11 beacons. About a week ago. But that's not it. That's the purple signs. It's nice, but it's not what I was looking for. Can I do 2 reds? And then where am I get those from? I can do 2 parallel, yes. But if I take this one, that's fine. But the other one isn't really going to take anywhere. That's the issue, right? And was it fast enough for 10 beacons? This is now 10 beacons. So, whoop. Inbound. Exactly. That's why. It did surprise me that I built something during a masterclass workshop that was so obviously easy to optimize that we did here. But apparently I had gone through this calculation, I've done this before, and came back and said, I guess 10 beacons is the best you can do. Good morning, Jeff. Good evening, Jeff. Yeah, Safer, there you are. Yeah, it was only valid for the purple signs. It's a nice, interesting idea, but it's not the one we do. So you can shrink it horizontally. I can't shrink it horizontally anyway. Yeah, the 12 beacon I can't make. 11 beacons we can do, because then I just do this one. That would be 11 beacons. It's not super interesting. Yeah, this one doesn't reach here anyway, so. Yeah. So this one does nothing for this one. It can't be more than 11 with this setup, as far as I can say. Way too many inserters. Exactly. Then we're killing on the inserters part. I just doubled the inserters just for no reason. Daisy chain inserter boxes and bring it in from the top. I don't have any top that I can bring it in from. Even if I wanted to daisy chain this and oops, it's so funny that it does that. Right, even if I could, how would I bring it in from the top? There's no more room. If I slide this has to be, the pattern has to be 7 tiles because that's a wagon and a space. How much can they handle? 3.6, and with the 10 beacon setup, I have 3.56. To make electric furnace 4x3. Yeah, okay. And then I might as well just install Bob's God modules, and it's no longer vanilla, is it? Well, I somehow am happy that I did not end up concluding that I was being bad at my masterclass. That's something, right? Yeah, beacons are pretty now. Indeed. Yeah, beacons look better this way. Build better beacons. The only thing we can complain about with this one is that it's boring. Try using underground to unload the train from other side. 11 beacons is not okay. It's too much to handle for one red inserter. $12 better than 11 for UPS. Why? Will it be better for UPS with less beacons and slower? I think we're gonna stick with this one. It does kind of bother me that I can't make it better. Local bot supply. Alright, we're just reaching here. This one is producing at, we saw it, 4.275. And it's consuming 3.562, which is less than the 3.6 of a red inserter box to box. Alright, okay, yeah, so 10 is better than 11 because of all the other conditions, yeah? Divide the output of a given unit by the number of inserters used. Yeah. Well, if it's by inserters used, then... Okay, this one... Yeah, I couldn't cut these down anyway. Yeah, this is the one we've designed previously, so I think we're gonna go... Yeah, well... Serve you right. So then the next question is, where do we want to build it? And I think I actually want to decouple these two so they can go out and explore on their own. and then go up there. Oops, there. No, that did not queue up, damn it. Oh well, I guess you're going up there. So where do we want to build it? The thing is, I don't think it actually uses very much, but I would like to find like this one. If I found this one except copper, oh, I'll just build this one. Fuck it, we'll test this one. This is going to be our new build. And let's build the trains over there so we can actually build it correctly. Cool. I'm going to cut this. We have, after much duress, I'll build it there because I have no idea where else to build it. So we're going to go back and get our builder train. That's going to be the one with wagons. Is this one. You're going to get up there. Where again is one piece of belt not an option? Belts are good if they're fully saturated. If they're not fully saturated, there's always... Well, anyway, many belts together fully saturated are good for performance because they can treat it as one entity. But every belt that's not fully saturated is a single entity that keeps just being, am I full? What's going on? Is it flowing? Is it blocked? What am I going to do? So that's just more stuff. Good. Do I turn here? Nah, we want to turn a bit further up. Trains.
Welcome back. Your steadfast
Hey,
loyalty
Trend Shadow,
is
thank you for the
greatly
4 months.
appreciated.
Still another one. Really preferred from the map view. Do I want to get it here? Nope. One further up. I think belt segment merging is only up to something like 32 belts grouped together. It doesn't go as long as you might assume. Yeah, okay, but 32 is still a lot. That's a factor 32 on performance of what it was before. Generally, it seems like belts are very good for performance. And maybe even better than direct train-to-train in designs. But this is new and exciting, so we're going to do that. At least for me. I was like to finally get a chance to listen in again, but my headphones are dying. Yeah, mine too. Oh, well, mine are not dying. This is the one earpad, this is the other earpad. That makes them rather uncomfortable to wear. So now I'm stuck with my stylish iPhone 4S default headphones. Yeah. It's good to be a pro streamer. The halves are multi-threaded anyway. So isn't the single belt better than... I don't think they are always going to be saturated. Oh, I should have pulled the rails in the first wagon. That would have been clever. Choo-choo! Here's a typical Reddit moment. So when there was this news about there will be no more feature increases or feature improvements to Factorio because there will be focus on new stuff, then there's a comment that is just the epitome of bit of cluelessness, like, oh, I can't believe file wasn't included. I was like, wow, that's like the most niche mod you could think of. That why would that be included? There. Well, I'm gonna try to build this one. We're gonna just build something. We're gonna build it way too small to begin with because I have no sense of scale in this game yet. Yeah, the 4x5, so it was included. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna build a smelting location. Then we're gonna build it into a location where it gets picked up. Then we're gonna put it into some kind of setup that is like this except bigger. And I think 132 million will actually last us quite a while here. And there was an actual comment. It was an actual comment. It did not, or at least the irony was completely lost on anyone reading it. Okay, so about this. How do we... Let's do something generic. Is there an optimal way to do this? Now we have very low mining productivity. That sucks. But direct train mining, I can't do direct train mining. These are simply too small. And I also don't have it. I need to get at least 225 before it's even considerable. A lot of miners. All right. Good point. Good point on the a lot of miners. I don't think drones are the right option. I think it's belts, because belts should be saturated when you get some more mining productivity. And I think I'll do middle out. I love my middle out concept here. It's super nice. It doesn't work for small patches, but we're gonna do like this one. When we get more, then middle out is definitely a better option. Also, it has a catchy name, so that goes for a lot of lack of performance. Minus with modules. No, I don't want to do that. And in 16.6, well, that really depends on how fast you want your trains to load. Oh, yep, that's what it did. I don't think I want speedies in this, or maybe I do. I think I do, actually. What productivity did he say? 25. Yeah, why not? Exactly. Why not? I think that's actually a good point. You could make this mining a blueprint with non-absolute grid. So you can click and spam it down. Yeah. Yes. Good point. I'll try that. Get it to our random blueprint box here. Snap to grid. There. And height. Correct. Why am I keeping this again? I don't think I need to keep any of these anymore. Oh well. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah. Yeah. Then we do have the. I changed to relative, of course. Change to. I was just like, what am I doing here? Yeah. So I can set down the first one as I like, so that it goes out here, and then. Does that seem reasonable? It looks perfect. And off. It doesn't seem completely even. Where's the split? There. Right? So there's much more on the lower side. One, two. Yeah. And here. Yeah. Oops, don't lift it. Don't lift it. I think that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We just take the outer ones and merge together. And then we have 8 on either side. There. Top right of the patch. Oh yes. There. Yes. And merge that one. These two are pretty good, but they still need to be merged. They still treat it as a single one. Okay. And then we're going to get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Flip. And then we do a splitter. Where my bouncers there. Question is, this is probably good enough. It's fewer entities. I do not. What am I doing here? Yes, I just need to load it. I need to do this. Right. If you plan to overuse speed one module, you should consider to drain them from the module factory and put them into a builder train. The non-TOs should be fine as long as you're consuming the output evenly. Yeah, am I? I thought it was pretty clever with this solution here. Just goes. No. That's number 3 can at least be there. There. I wish there was a way we could automate miners or sort of make him easier to build. Close enough. Oh, how nice it is. It doesn't do undergrounds on top of my belts anymore. Ah. What a horrible idea that was. I'm sure somebody could write something that takes blueprints of the mine and spits out some belts. That's not trivial, but I'm sure someone could. Wrong way. I actually enjoy working with ghost belts more than with normal belts. They're faster, and they're sort of more forgiving. They're faster when you make mistakes, the hypothetical mistakes. That's a good setup, right? Do something with the cursor blueprint, placing miners everywhere, and load it into train sort later on. Hmm? I saw someone who did something and I really liked the idea, and I can't remember quite what it was. It was something like having long lines, like they were really long, and you just come in here and then they were build my blueprint and I go like build all of it, and then you had some kind of thing that gathered it into a I think it was on Reddit long time ago when that the idea was that you would have some like long lines like this, of course, going in one direction, and they would be sort of on a 7 tile. So you just go to a blueprint, go to one, go drag it all the way down, and then good. So now you have it on one side, excellent. And at that point, I don't know exactly. There was something stamped something down that you could gather it, but I don't get if you don't know if you have 8, 16, or 12 belts out. How can you balance it? Do you know anything about UPS in terms of splitters? Nope, not really. I suspect this. I suspect you should avoid balancers because splitters are doing a lot of things all the time. I would imagine, but I don't know. But I can't really live without splitters here. Entropy. You have my blueprint. You say. Nope, nothing in anywhere. Oops. In this stage of the game, it doesn't matter. No, in this stage of the game, but the point is that how are you going to build mining outposts in the future? That's going to be a pretty important thing because you're going to build a lot of our mining outposts, and you want to have you might as well get into a direct train to mine. Yeah, I think I want to do that as well, but I'm just not sure. Don't use splitter. But the thing is, like, you can also go the other way and go like, okay, don't use splitters. Yeah, but what are you going to do then? Then you're going to have uneven belts. You're going to have uneven trains. You're going to have uneven all sorts of crap. Posted it in Discord. Blueprints, there. Miners, okay. Let's have a look at it and see what it is. Of tileable blueprint, okay. Well, first of all, we're going to save it, yes? And then we're going to figure out where the hell it is. That one. Wait, what is this? Tileable mining blueprints. Whew. They're very interesting. That's all I can say. I don't exactly know how that's gonna do anything positive. That's very interesting. Compound line. This is the one I always end up using. Minimal coverage. Yeah, but who would want that? Double triangle. I wonder if that one has better coverage than any of the other ones. It seems like it has better density, doesn't it? Doesn't this one have better density? Just stamp it down. It would seem, but it's also going to be super uneven. Let me just go back to chat to see what you're up to. Oops, let's remove this. Yeah. Oh, it does, okay. %. Early 2, this is 85. Compact line, which one's that? That's very compact. What? Okay. It's really weird, this thing here. I don't know why the blueprints are so weird. $91. Woo! I can't see what this one is. Offset slant. Okay. Now, I don't know which one I use normally. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through and see what the silly name is. Oh, that's mine. I like that. Somehow. Alright. Let's see if I can find the one that I have usually do. No. That one. Compact M3 compact line. What does it say about that one? Object. M3 compact line. 85.7. Yeah. That is. What is this one? That one is higher. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so except for the lights, they probably shouldn't do lights. Okay, this was not what I was looking for, so I'm actually going to just throw it away because I don't really need it for anything. Just inventory space. I really wanted some kind of... just don't know how it was that... I just remember I saw like a little gif of it, and it was just beautiful. Like stamp, 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 something merge, something merge, train station. I'm like, what? We're gonna keep this, and that will be a loading station. Oh, if only I knew. Did I do that? Okay. I like this. I like this. This is a good setup. I think this is going to be just fine for now. How big would a train be? Don't have trains, do I? These are my small trains, so I can take... yeah. This is 5. It could almost do 10 wagons on this. So it would mean... I don't think I'll ever find patches that can fit a full train on here. So I think my mining train could arguably be 181. Yeah. I don't know. I want to just merge this in, and I know that I have stations. What are we going to do? How is this station going to be? Let's imagine this one is going to go full lanes. This is just basically something we have in our... I'm chopping. How are we going to do loading stations? As easy as possible. How would that be? I wanted to have to take this out. I think I have to take a break. Good night, Patrick. I'm going to take a short break. We ran a bit over time because I got embroiled in all of this weird train mining thing. Yeah, when we come back, we're going to build the loading station. It may seem like we go extremely slow here, but we're building the building blocks that we're going to use to build the base. And so if we have a mining, we have a loading station, we have an unloading station, we have the train network, we have... So if we have those, if we have the smelting array, if we have those things, it's just putting them together, which obviously is still going to be a big task, but it's going to be hopefully manageable. But it's so important for us to get the ingredients right, and then we're going to set it up for the simple red signs. And once we've set it up for the red signs, we'll learn some things about what works, what doesn't work, and from there on we'll sort of improve until we get to the next one. But I don't want to just rush in and do something we know is incorrect. So, short break, then we'll be back with more crazy design. And we are back. Alright, Gunther, you're buying a house. Yeah, virtual walkthroughs are just impossible. Can't you go see the house? I mean, it's not an open house, but you should be able to just go and have a look, and then just wear a face mask and just be a... That's... I've been out looking at houses, not for myself, but a friend, and she just wanted company and someone second opinion. So it's kind of a fun thing to do. Go out, pretend you're a couple, and pretend to buy houses. It's fun. It's good fun if you have nothing else to do. Yay! Pete's getting stuck in traffic. Oh no! If we're gonna do, how big are these trains gonna be? How many locomotives in each direction? 216.2 would be enough to push in one direction, but how many? I don't actually need the trains to go fast. I don't need them. I want them to accelerate fast, but that's obviously not going to do. But the question is, 383 earlier. 2848. That's disgusting. No, Jeff, I'm not listening to your suggestions. They're all bad. I don't like having an odd number here. Isn't it just 888? No. I just try to rotate the camera. Doesn't work. Middle mouse drag. No rotating camera. But speed, why not do 2.16.2 and have 2 in each? I don't think it can even start. I think you're trolling me, and you're not helping. If you're trolling me, then we're not really getting anywhere. At least not anywhere forward. I'm not gonna build a grid, but we're gonna have to get. Doesn't matter. We can get this. What? The other side. That side. This is not gonna be here, but okay. Get that. Whoop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another 4. So that's 8 wagons that way and 8 the other way. Okay. Cargo wagon weight. Actually, and this kind, does it matter with the cargo if it's full or empty? Is it more heavy? When there could really seriously be an argument that it's not symmetric. Because I want it to go full. When it's full, I want it to go in to the stacker. But when it's empty, whatever, just come back whenever you want. PowerPort's grid line, there's no grid to align it to. Okay, so let's see. We are going to get a 16 belt. That means 1 belt into 1 wagon. That's probably okay. Oh no, don't build that, please. Please don't build it. Please don't build it. No. Damn it. There. If you are pulling in and reversing, the front will flip-flop and become the back. What? No? There's a loading station and unloading station. You go loading, unloading, loading, unloading. It'll just go back and forth. It'll always be going one way when it's going back, or one and the other way when it's going forward. So it shouldn't rotate if that seems to be flip-flop, what you call. Yeah, the whole point is not doing a loop. The test earlier had loading in a loop. Yeah, it did actually have loading in a loop. That's true. I did have a. But you're right. You can also just use the argument that I use this one, and this one is inconsistent. This one should have been like spot inbound here. Well, it should have been nicer. That actually addresses another question. Like, how many? Oh, stop doing that. How many trains do we want to load from this? Oh, shit. And how do we want to load them? Do we want to load one at a time, or do we want to load two at a time? I can't really figure it out. No. We can't figure it out because if this is a good facility, it's going to bring 16 fixed lines out. So 16 lines have to be consumed at once. If I can't consume a full 16 lines, whatever, then I'm not having enough. So that means it's going to be 4 inserters per wagon. 4 inserters per wagon. Sorry, that's how you do binary. Or it's going to be 1 inserter into 4 different wagons, like parallel tracks. Buffer death, yes. We have buffer chests as a belt to trains. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, another interesting concept. There are just so many choices, and I can't see through all the consequences of them. That's my main problem. Like, let's put that here and pretend that it's correct. So here's another idea, and just might be stupid. Well, it's probably stupid. What if I just take right? That'll be consuming a full belt. It's gonna consume super unevenly, but I mean, the first one will take the most, and when it's full, it'll just pass it on. Yeah, it must be 3 trains. How fast do I want my trains to load? That's completely irrelevant, because it's gonna be loading at here. Whether I load 3, let's say, load 1 train in 1 minute or 3 trains in 3 minutes, it's gonna be the same, and it's gonna be dictated by the throughput here. Don't they consume more slowly from undergrounds? No. Trains will be loaded quite unevenly. Why? I mean, yes, loaded as in the first one would be loaded way faster than the second and the third. But who cares? 1 minute in 1 train is better than 3 minutes in 3 trains. Why? I can give you the numbers. We're going to get 16 times 45, and I have 16 wagons times 4,000, then divided by the 720, then divided by 60. So it's going to be 1 minute and 48 no 1 minute point 48, whatever 4.48 of a minute is. So that's 1.5 minutes. So in 1.5 minutes it'll load a train, and then of course it can load 3 trains in 4.5 minutes, no matter what we do. How did you get, Cyclops, how did you get some completely different number than me? Why, what am I doing wrong here? I have, no, it's actually 16 times 2,000, because it's ore that we're bringing in. There, so it's 32,000. So I take the 32,000, and then I divide by 720 per second. That gives 44 seconds. Ah, okay, well, 48. Ah, right. Right. So it's actually 44 seconds. 45 seconds. Yes. We are in agreement, Jeff. That means we must be both incorrect. So if I am loading that... Okay, so the thing is, if I do this, I don't need buffers. Because it'll just slide on to the next one. And it's fine. There's always going to be one train here that's... Either one train's there and the other one's coming in, and it's all going to be good. But if I only have a single train being loaded, like that one, then I must have a buffer. Because by the time it leaves and comes in, it'll fill up and the mines will actually stop. If it's running at full speed, the mines will stop. So I must have buffers. And I think I'd actually like to not have buffers. Yeah. If this is coming in at 16 lanes and the train is full, starts leaving, the 16 lanes are standing still and I'm losing throughput. So if I'm doing that, then I have to load it into a single box. That means I need to be able to take a single belt and empty it. That means I must have 4 inserters here. That means I must have 4 buffers here to empty one belt. That doesn't seem good, right? That seems like it's inefficient. The question is just, could I completely skip that? I could probably also do this if I wanted to be really weird about it. I would say you have buffers. Yeah, but there's also a different setup. What about using circuits to load train in A-B alternating fashion? No. Why? What would be the upside? Because the downside is just calculations. While first train is leaving, second train will not be able to load 45. Yes, that's true, unless you double up both of them. Now, buffer on the last train. I want something that's somewhat symmetric. But then we just add 4 trains. Does it matter? The one issue I have with this is that it's going to consume super unevenly from the belt. And that I don't really like. I'd like it to be consuming evenly from the belt. And then we're coming back. Yeah, 3.33 trains. Exactly. Then we're coming back to this thing that I liked for my... Like this really weird thing that I haven't seen before and I haven't used before, and I just started using it everywhere. I really just... I like it. It doesn't make any sense, but I kind of like it. Like this build here. It makes no sense. I feel that it doesn't make any sense. Like this one, right? What the hell is this? I really like it, but I just... Is it too many things? This one will consume fully a full belt, no problem. And it's balanced on the sides, which is nice. You can load 2 trains from that if you want. What? Wow, going straight lanes. At that point, why not just have 1 splitter into 2 splitters into 4 inserters? Because it's more splitters. I like the first one. Yeah, but the first one, I'm not sure I like that one. Kirkilla just saying like, wagons! What? I'm kind of new to Factorio. Glad you... Could you briefly explain to me what the advantage disadvantage is of having a train megabase instead of having a main bus? Bigger? A train... You can't do a main bus big enough. That's it. Why are we trying to UPS optimize? I thought the UPS optimized regime is direct mining. I'm not sure it is, Jeff. I'm not sure. Because if I have to do direct mining, I have to do 181 trains, and I just don't see myself doing 181 trains. Okay, the point is, what's the point of me building something in building 8,000 signs, red signs, and then only to tear it down afterwards because it's not UPS efficient, and I knew it all along? Then there's really no point in doing it, right? I mean, there's no point in not doing things right the first time. When we have mining productivity 200, we can start doing direct mining. No, we can't. The problem is, first of all, this base cannot get mining productivity high enough because I don't have intermediate signs. I only have my shit signs in my star one. The second one, why do you have to do 181 for direct mining? Because mining, the patches are just not big enough. I don't think it's gonna be big enough. So it's just a matter of practicality that I can't put 16 wagons on a patch. Patches are just not big enough. That is just absolutely horrendous. Oh, I can't cope with that idea. If you want to do that, then we want to do it now, and then we'll just accept that it's taking longer to load. If you want to do that, then if you think that's what we should do, then we'll do it now, because there's no point at all in building it wrong first and then coming back and fixing it in 200 hours. Why is 2 stops bad for 16 wagons? I think it's really difficult to manage. It's that simple. I think it's very difficult to manage it correctly. I'll try it, but then we'll try it here. This is the whole point of what we do now is that we spend, if I just had to build some red signs, I could do it in no time. The point is that we have to build red signs that will scale to 16,000. And if we don't do that, there is absolutely no point in doing it. You need high mining productivity. I just don't agree with that. I just don't agree with that. You need higher mining productivity. Of course, you need higher mining productivity to really load them up fast. But so what if I don't have it right now, and then I need 10 stations instead of 4 stations? So what? I'll build 10 stations for direct mining. Who cares? Right? It's... yeah. But in the meantime, it'll only be... yeah. If the base runs slower, who cares? I mean... local robots, I don't like it. I don't like the idea of robot networks for this. Robot mining. We already did one. We did design it, and I don't know where it is. But that was for 1-4 trains, right? We'll start by making a line through here. Train mining without beacons have not bad coverage. I'm going to do it with beacons. Maybe 300%. Really, thank you, but I feel my brain is at 17%. Ah. Also, double-headed trains. What's the train gonna look like? I don't even know that. Doesn't matter what the train is gonna look like. I'll need to take it from downwards and up. That's the only thing I can abstract. If you're going to end up with 216.2, that's the problem. I can't do 216.2 because they can't drag the trains out because they are so heavy. Right? I don't know how slow they are, but I can imagine they are super slow. Yeah, 242 is the best, except it's not feasible. I need to have 16 wagons. Stop suggesting anything else. It must be 16 wagons. You can still do 216.2, yes, but I don't forget the direct mining. 216.2, I'm afraid that 2 wagons, 2 locomotives dragging 16 wagons plus 2 locomotives is just going to be deadly slow. Especially now that I also need to do more stops moving back and forth. It's just going to be so damn slow. 816.8 is just absolutely insane as well, but it might be 484. There's also the point that since we want beacons and modules in here, I'm just there are just a million variables here, and I just feel that we keep changing all the time. Right, so this is the space that is active for my mining. All right, so I'm gonna get. Why do I not have more wagons than this? Because I have 3 here. Yeah. Right, so that's the first part. This is the part I need to load. Whether I have these, I don't know, but right now I need them. So let's do it on the side. Oh, we spent so long time on this, and now I can't remember how it was. It has to be something repeatable. The main issue is that it has to have room for substations in the middle here. Hmm. 28482 trains. 2 locomotives in front, 8 wagons, 2 locomotives facing the same way as the front 2. Have the 4 middle locomotives on a 90-degree bend with the rails having direct mining into the wagons. That's an interesting concept. So it's very interesting. I don't know if I don't think it's practically possible because of exactly this reason. And it would just be hugely inefficient usage of space. Yeah. I think it's a super good idea. But yeah. No. Let's see. So it has to be. I can take these out. Well, I have to take these out for now. 3. See, then we get in trouble here. Yeah. There should be one way to do this for all of them, right? And this one is already intersecting with the other one. It's a good idea, Cyclops. It's a good idea, but I think I have to do it because it's, yeah. No Elite World Order. See, this is a problem. I could shift this down by 1. And this is fine, but then this is a problem, and I can't shift this by 1 because then it gets into the next part. This is already shifted up as far as it can. The alternative is having these, but I think we opted that this was not working because it gets out of sync too fast. Some miners will run out before others. Do you really want to handle that? I have to. I don't think I have a choice. And it sucks because this one only has 283, but the middle one has 2.5 million. It's not faster, but it's we're not talking about fast here. We're talking about optimizing for UPS. Damn it, I can't do this one. I can't get it to work. What am I doing wrong here? Are you working with one-way trains? It doesn't matter if it's one-way trains. It's going to be 8 wagons that I need to put miners on, and that's what I'm working on. 8 wagons in a series that needs miners. That's it. Now, the reason why I can't do that is because this is a repeatable pattern that goes like this. That's why. So, actually, you could say these ones should be over here, right? Because they are, so this is the repeatable pattern. That's why I can't alternate. Eight, 4, 8. If you're doing one-way trains, you could get away with it. I know, but I don't have one-way trains. We just covered it. We just covered that we have to use, in order for my smelting array to not be fucked up, then I have to do 2-headed trains. And then we just decided it, and if we start throwing that up in the air, then it's just 3.5 hours of just nothing. So let's, but aside from this, it's 100% irrelevant whether it's 1-headed or 2-headed trains, because this is what we do. The only thing we could do is, why not miners on both sides of the train? Because it's, if I do miners on both sides of the trains, then it's going to be half as many beacons, right? Let's do this one just for showing you. Right, so let's see, I do this. Then I can only do beacons on the outside and outside. That means they're only affected by half as many beacons. So it's actually not particularly efficient to only do it. This means that I can do it on one side and then I can flip it to the other side. It's possible to use not use stop stations, so you have more options. One space, I know. The name of the game is how many ores per second you could squeeze out of a single entity. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd rather have fewer miners twice as fast and twice as many miners half as fast. That's why one-sided, massive beacons. And it tiles really well because it's 6 spaces in between. But what we need to solve is forget about the trains. The only reason why we could do something with the trains, and that might actually be a feasible thing, would be if I did. Nope, because then I need the patches to be bigger. Damn it. I was thinking like I could take a train in between here, but then I need the patches to be bigger, and you can see this patch size is kind of already straining it. Leave an empty space between the mine. Then it gets shifted too far down. That's the part. This one is as far up as I can. I need to have 2 in here. This one gets 2. This one gets 2. This one gets 2. Yes, we've been through this one before. You could... with beacons, you have spots that don't get mined. Maybe it would be easier to get around without beacons, but more trains on a patch. Again, minimum number of entities to get the job done. Right? So that's the name of the game. Is few. Okay, so here are the rules. Hello, Troopen. Here are the rules. 2 miners per wagon. 8 wagons in sequence. That's it. Right? And 1 line of beacons consistent all the way through. And I don't think it can be done. I don't think it works. That's my problem with it. Here's another thing. If I do this, do I really need the middle one? Is that something I can utilize? Because that means I can actually free up some space so that maybe I have these ones sort of why 8 wagons in sequence? Feel I'm going in circles here. If I don't have 8 wagons in sequence, you can see here this patch is only barely enough to get 8 wagons in sequence. So if I start putting trains in between here, no, I'll suddenly have, why not less than 8? Because then it's going to be stopping 3 times to load, and it's going to take way more time. This is not a thing that can be collaboratively designed. I think it's, what I really feel is that we're not on the same page here. The premise of what I want to do is to make as UPS efficient mining as possible. In order for it to be UPS efficient, it has to be the minimum number of entities to get the maximum number of effect. So starting to say, what about not having high density of beacons? No. What about having fewer beacons? No. What about having more space? No. Right? It's all about getting the maximum throughput for the minimum number of entities. Right? So 4224 train with a 180 bend. It will not fix it, and we just got Cyclops had the same idea before. The problem is that if you have a bend, then you're using the entire patch for 1 train, and it's just I just don't have enough of these. I'm gonna have 10 loading trains, so I'm gonna need to be able to use the patch efficiently as well, space efficiently as well, and just using like a tiny bit on this side and a tiny bit on that side, I can't do that. I have to be able to use it as relatively efficient as possible. Okay. In the modular Megabase series, nope, I didn't. Well, I did, but we had 4 trains. We had 141 trains, and they are fine, because then you have the leeway that they can sort of be bent out to the middle, right? You can go this way, and you can go on that one, can go this way. This is exactly what you have, but that doesn't scale to 8, because you can't start leeching the one from the one below here. Is it 90-degree angle? Yeah, it won't. Okay, yeah, 90-degree angle. That means I need even bigger patches to do that. 2 miners. Then that's a pattern of 7. Patterns of 7 go desynchronized with beacons immediately. Right. So as long as you have a beacon and a miner right next to each other, then the miner is not getting enough. And that's the problem. That's another problem, right? The one thing we could do is to say the outer one can actually get an extra. So that one is not as important. That might, I mean, we basically, first of all, I don't get to do any design now. So, I wonder how we did it before. Two miners, medium power pole on each side, pattern all the way down consistently, and then beacons are consistent. No, they're not consistent because you have one pattern of 7 and you have another pattern of 3. That's going to be very inconsistent. I'll show you. I don't really feel we're getting anywhere because I feel like I'm just I have to spend all my time explaining the stuff why all the suggestions don't work, so I don't get to do any design. There, right? This is not working, this is not working, and this is not working, and this is not working. If I shift it up by 1, then this one is not working, and this one is not working. So, patterns of... The only thing is, like, if I could do something like this, and then just find one place where I could shift it one more. Like, for example... Like, for example, this one, hey, I could easily move this up. And if this one is synchronized, that's okay. I can move this one up as well. So if this is synchronized, it's okay because I can just throw an extra beacon. That's not a problem. This one's not allowed to be synchronized. This one is not allowed to be synchronized. The next one has to be like this. So hey, actually, this might be something. And then I rotate it that way. No! Oh, that's fine. No, that's not fine. Yeah, this one is not good. Yeah, so I have one of them that's broken. Yeah. I'll do another one because they will leave the one that we have. Damn it, the fact that I don't have this one parked is annoying. Including the train, it'll just have to be a ghost train. Ah, let's see. Oh, these are not correct. Nope, and there's this one. So I'm kind of... The one you have now is quite close. You should be able to move the top 3 beacons up by 1 space. Move the 3 top. If I move it up, then this one is no longer hitting the miner, so that's not really working. The only thing would be if I could slide the whole thing one down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. what did I do here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one is still in the middle. I'm still having, now this one is fucked up. That's the problem. And I have no leeway here. I only have the leeway on the outside. It kind of has to be like this. Okay, so I can actually start from the middle and say if this is the middle, this one has to be here. I can't really, because that makes it balanced upwards and downwards. So that's kind of a given. And then I should look at whether it's possible for me to do this. There was also a question about, can I also do, so you aren't missing out on one beacon, but 2 for the ones that are off. Yes. This one gets 1, 2, 3, 4, and then on the other side as well. So whether you have 8 beacons or 6 beacons, that's a big difference. And that means one of the wagons is going to be loaded slower than the other ones, and that's going to be a big no. Right, so some of the things that look like they have to be here. This one is going to be in trouble then. That can't be here. So these two have to go one up. Now that's interesting because that means this space is actually open for a substation, which means I don't actually need anything yet for that one. These are not, and then I can do problem is this one is not really hooked up to anything, and this is the middle one. Substation? I'm gonna get some power here. I can't believe you have not gone crazy from the blinking yet. And there. Whew. Do I have trains on this one? Apparently I do. Not filtered though. Yeah, I mean, if the substation can't really be powered, then it can always be powered from the side. If this is the only way that it can be done, then it damn well have to be done. Oh, that's actually starting mining. That might not be super practical. And then mirrored. All of this looks good. So I mirror it here, and then I take 4 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I take that one. I could also take that one. And then that one gets off, but that can be compensated by an extra one. Because that means I can take these out. Alright, what does it say? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Got it. How many mid-level 3 modules am I producing? Not enough. I have 4.3 and I have 1.9, so they're adding up. Top and bottom 2 aren't. The top, that one. No! Why did I not see that? Damn it! Alright, so it has to be that one, which I don't like, but I can do this. The problem is that it doesn't connect well, but this is a trivial problem compared to the other things, right? No, that was good enough. It's this one that I didn't want. This is just one of those that it's gonna be annoying to set up, but once it's set up, it's gonna be like, yeah, whatever. Bottom was working. Was the bottom one working? How could that one be working when it was mirrored? No, it wasn't. It was the same problem. I think the spacing is the same with 2 minus substation, 3 minus substation, 2 minus. Bottom section was good. Top section was the only... Why was the bottom section good? I can't understand why that was. It does look correct. It does look correct that it's up. But then I'm not now adding an extra module at what expense? Hey, the Rotiger. Okay, it was more than an hour since the last subscription. I guess all this train thing has been putting people in a crunch. So these are slide up as fast, as high as possible. So this one, for example, could be going one up, but it can't be going one down. And if it's still not connected there, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. And now this one's not connected. And if I slide this up, then it's gonna miss. And I can't slide it up by 2, so... Minor substation. Right, okay, so I have to do the one that was suggested by. Was it Sticky? Was it you? I think the spacing is the same with 2 minor substation, 3 minor substation. Maybe it is, but it's also a matter of do they fit into. In here. So you're saying. Let me just check that one, just because I don't think it works. But we'll see. We'll see. Using 2 minus. I'm just gonna make it mirrored. Substation. Three minus. Substation. Two minus substation, 3 minus substation, 2 minus. This is a problem, so it'll have to be slided 1 down. That can't be done, or I'd have to move it like this, but then it's synchronized. So I think this is the extra thing that's super difficult to mentally keep track of, is the alignment with here. So I can't shuffle this whole row 1 down, because then this one misses, but this one will miss. So that's the reason. Alright, 1 minor substation, 4 minus substation. One, 2, 3, 4 substation. And then what? Is this middle? And I'd have to move this one, obviously, either 1 up or 1 down. Let's see. So does it also tile further down? It doesn't, because this is leaching from that one. So it'd have to be continuing some kind of pattern here. 1, 2, 3. That's good. Do a sub. 1, 2, 3. I know we don't even have beacons anymore. 2, 3. And then it gets difficult, because now I can't put a substation in, then it gets wonky again. Substation 4 minus. Substation 4 minus. Medium pole. 4 minus, substation minus. Substation should work with continuous beacon. Yeah, okay, but then it's, I mean, I have a solution now. That one is working. Yeah, I don't actually think this is better. I think this is better. No, hold on. We have a solution, so the only reason why I'd want another solution is if the solution we get is... oops. Copy. Here. Is using fewer beacons or has easier power management, but if you're... Blueprints. One, two, three, four, five, six in the middle. It certainly has its, let's call it, charm. Yeah, I don't... Okay. Why do you have an extra beacon on the side? At the end of the line? I don't get that. It's not necessary, and it just means that it's faster than the other ones. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to have it on the line. On a straight line. No reason otherwise. Yeah, I do. I think so. Sorry, let's get out of that one and that one here. Okay, so the looks like I have this one that's working, and the only premise is, and this is the part that's exactly the same as what you did in yours, Jeff, is that it has the issue that some of it, like being here, has to be powered some other way, right? Like blinky, 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 but it's gonna be... Oops, that was a bad move. Oh no! Whatever. That one. That's just a one-time thing that you have to set up that it actually powers. What? It's not even reaching. Oh no. That's gonna be... Oh, that's even worse. There. How many trains do I have next to each other? That seems really weird. This is the one.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Thank you. Kiski, thank you. Welcome. All right. So now this is connected. Yes. No panic. Get it all the way in there. That one. So that works, and I just need to make sure that this one gets close enough to link into that one. Does that need... Yeah. I like this one. Right, let's go through it. 7. Why are you 8? Why are you 7? Oh, because these are not wired. Okay, let's go see if we can find some beacons to put on these. Just to see. Actually, can I take this one out? Should be able to put in the beacons for the other ones. There we go. Should be enough. Good. Why do you have 11 souls? Oh, 3 internal plus 8. Okay, so they should all have 11. This is just the last sanity check. And if not, then that's my sanity that goes away. Good. They're all 11. It's a very straight line. This is exactly the parameters that I did. Oh. Okay, so that was excruciatingly painful. And I can also see that the viewers just dropped off. Whew. But at the end of the day, we got a very good design. Unfortunately, I need twice as big trains, so I basically need to have this one continue upwards and then have another station somewhere up here, so it goes, fill it up, and then it, I don't know. I really like the session. Okay, I'm happy that you liked it. I also like the result of it. I think it was a bit frustrating, mainly because I was like, I couldn't get to do some designs myself because it was like, oh, try 1 1 2 1 1 2, and then it was like, it's not gonna work. So, um, I think I just needed also to get it because this is the one I got and I'm happy, and it works. I use 4 stop trains to fill these types of mines. It's adaptable to all sizes of ore patch. Yeah. What if I put 4 locomotives in the middle? Can it fit around the corner? It looks like Jeff did it, and he needs 6 in the middle. So he has 1, 8, 6, 8, 1. How do you know when it moves up? When this one is full. So right now, this one has 16,000. So this here says. Oh no. How the hell are we gonna do that? Because I need to be absolutely sure that when this one comes in, oops, that's a problem for another day. Okay. Straight line, my friends, there. So I'm gonna have another one, I don't know, let's just say up here. I want to be pretty sure that when this train goes out, it goes out to this one and not out to that one, because that would be disastrous. Yeah, but remember, these stations all have to be called 1, and if this one is called 2, then I damn well better make sure that it goes to the right one, that this one goes to that one. This one doesn't decide that the next one it should go to is going to be that one over on the other side. It should, because that station is a lot closer. That's one hell of a thing to gamble your entire train setup on, right? Like, it should, yeah. says the developer. Yeah, it should do this. Yeah, but edge case running 100 hours, some random coincidence of things, then suddenly, poof. If it is free, yes. But what if it's not free? What if someone else is already going to that location? Right? That's the part. Closed, works on my machine. Exactly. Works in the test. And how is that possible? Yeah. I don't know. It's just choose the nearest station if it's open. It kinda. It should. I'm gonna go with it should. It should choose this one, but I'm not sure. I am just not sure. Right? It disables the one above. No. You have to make sure it's free. Maybe these mine stations need to have unique names and not use the train limits. Not use train limits. I can't use unique names. Oh, that would be awful. That's the part, right? I'm assuming that I'm calling them all the same because otherwise I have to manually allocate trains back and forth. The whole point would be that I would have all of these called iron to what's it called, to red circuits, right? That would be what they're called. And then if I find out that I don't have enough, then I can hook up another one, and the trains will have to reallocate themselves. I don't think I can cope with not having that as a setup. It'll simply be too intensive when we have 500 trains running around, and it's just me going like, oh, wait a minute, now I have to increment them all by 1 because one of the stations is now out. So the train here that when they went to number 17 now has to go to number 43 because that's next. It's not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. It has to be named the same thing. So yeah. Too far. The train here is going to be 16 wagons, so it has to move up to load the other half of it. Anyway, I wanted to be able to have the trains go into whichever one I've put in, so they pick up wherever one that's empty, and then that means we can use the same schedule for all of them. If I have to set up schedules manually, I'll just that's another stream, just me setting up schedules and doing it wrong, and then I can't use this overview because they're not called the same. It's no, it has to be, there has to be some things where I focus on. This is when you design for maintainability. If I do something that is going to be impossible to debug by having 1,000 unique schedules, you can't maintain it, you can't support it. It's not, when it breaks, and it will invariably breaks, you can't debug it. So I have to design for maintainability and supportability, because there's going to be a lot of debugging in a base like this. Yeah. If a train on an adjacent line decides it wants to go to 2, then it has to go a long way. If there are 2 headed, then the one above. Oh, right, that's good. If they're one, yeah, that's a good point, because they're actually coming in here. That's good. So they will actually, by having this, there will be no additional train tracks up here because it's not going further out. That means you would have to go through a station and a closed station for any other train to allocate here. So I think that's a good. Maintainability, it's a lovely word. It's something you, only when you let developers do support will you start getting stuff developed for maintainability and supportability. On that bombshell, we're gonna leave. We're gonna end tonight. So what we did was we designed some principles here. We designed a train station. We designed a smelting thing. Don't have the smelting thing. And I guess there's also some part of it where we can theorycraft our way out of it. I think the objective now is to set this up and get some experience with it, and I think that's what we really want to do here. Anyway, I am going to end for tonight. That was one hell of a design session. I hope you enjoyed it. It was really difficult and straining for me. I'm really exhausted. Usually I'm not exhausted after a stream, but I am after these kind of streams here. So hopefully it gets less exhausting. So, yeah. Anyway, I've enjoyed it. It was fun. It was a challenge. It's always nice that in a game like this, there's still many more challenges to come up with. Whew. And tomorrow will be Dyson Sphere program, both on YouTube. There will be an episode tomorrow where we might just fire off a first little baby rocket, small carrier rocket on the YouTube episode, and then tomorrow night we'll be launching rockets galore in terms of the Dyson Sphere program. So I also expect that I'll have a surprise stream on Saturday. So now you're warned. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you for the support during the hype train, and I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Good night. Take care and stay effective.